Commissioner Hedin, can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to welcome everyone to this workshop on August 18th of the Danville County Commission. We have in attendance Commissioner Hedin online, Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner McGann, Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner Winfield, myself, Commissioner McCandless, and our Administrator Mark Tyner and the Associate Administrator Glenn Hall. And with us today, we have Babcock Design, Rob Cottle, and we have Marcus Keller with Cruz and Associates, and Melissa Jeffers, our Economic Development. We're going to talk about, so a few months ago, the commission made a vote to go out to bid for an RFP on the county jail, and Babcock Design was chosen by the subcommittee, the working group, and now they're here to present the final report. Thank you. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you guys being here.
Hey, I am going to start off just with a little bit of background to catch everyone up because it has been a few months since this project started. So just give a little bit of background and then share a little bit about the rhythm and the cadence and the schedule for this meeting and how we hope to be able to wrap things up to give everyone time for questions and answers. But just to go back a few months before this project started, there was a subcommittee, a working group that was voted on by the commission. So the broader commission may not be aware of the details of kind of how that project unfolded. The working group is really familiar because they had a regular cadence of meetings, but for everyone else, I'll just give a really brief background. But I think that the commission, and I wish I had an opportunity to go back and watch that meeting, I did not. But I want to say that there was universal agreement among the commission that we have some really significant challenges with our current jail that have to be addressed. They are not inconsequential. They are not unsubstantial fixes that needed to be addressed. And that raised the question of whether or not a fixed guideway tax may be the appropriate way to address some of those challenges that needed to be met in whatever form those challenges were met. And the commission decided at that time, or the majority of the commission decided by vote at that time, that there just wasn't enough information to be able to have that discussion and that they would like some more time and some more information. So at that point, the working group formed and a feasibility study went out for RFP. The purpose of that feasibility study was not to design anything to make decisions. It was literally to get just enough information without spending too many resources to be able to make that a decision that we had enough information to be able to make. So the feasibility study was to study physical feasibility, meaning how could we address the challenges, what could be built, what's possible when you take it all the way to Fulbright. And then there's the financial feasibility component, which is whatever decision is made. What would it cost? How would it be funded? What would be some appropriate mechanisms that could be explored? So that RFP went out for bid. We received 3 proposals and the working group chose Babcock Design as the author of that feasibility study, working with Cruz and Associates as our public finance partner. And I have put, it's in the packet, and I have also put a printed piece for each of you with the bio of Rob from Babcock Design, and you'll see why they were ultimately selected to be able to put this feasibility study together. Just a list of some of the experience that they've had with both design and feasibility: the Iron County Sheriff's Complex, the Juab County Sheriff's Project, Kane County Community Outreach, Sanpete County Sheriff's Complex, and the list just keeps going on. So they are certainly very qualified and up to date with both the fixed guideway tax as a project mechanism, and then also the design aspects, feasibility aspects of those types of projects. So the feasibility study was put together, the finance piece of the feasibility study was put together, and they're here today to be able to present the findings of that, not as a decision or as a detailed analysis, but just here's what it could potentially look like if you want to explore this as a project, and here's about what it might cost. So they'll be able to share that information. And then one step further today, Mayor Mike Winder from Mill Creek City will be joining us remotely. The purpose of his joining us is that Mill Creek City has a very similar project to parts of the project that are being explored. And he can speak to the capital stacks that were put together for those projects, the different funding mechanisms that they've employed, because it's got some, 4 phases of the project with about 5 different capital stacks, and has some of the most variability, I guess, that I've ever seen in some of these projects. And so I thought it might be instructive or informative to hear how this actually plays out in a practical on the ground project, and then to be able to ask him questions as well. So with that, I will kick it off to Babcock Design. It's your way.
And the graphics are gonna be on the screen?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, all right. Where's the best place for me? Is it better for me to stand up and sit here or?
Either way, you can stand right there, there's a microphone, or you can sit down.
Better, so I can at least see.
Maybe they'll see, yeah, this.
Okay, so thank you for having us. This has been something we've been working on for several months now, as Melissa mentioned. And it started out as primarily a feasibility study for a replacement for the existing sheriff's office and jail, to combine those into a single central facility that had new housing units, housed all the functions for the sheriff's office, as well as provided potential other features depending on budget, of course, such as emergency operations, dispatcher 911, also even third-party state and federal agencies. It's quite common in rural communities that the county jail or the sheriff's complex has space for highway patrol, adult probation and parole, and sometimes drug court, just depending on how each county does it. But the idea is that it becomes, you're taking all of these functions that are kind of strewn about the county and in various buildings. You have different operations spread about. This is a very common problem. And by bringing them together in a new facility that centralizes that communication, it becomes a more efficient and a more effective situation. There's also issues with things like central evidence storage and a central location for search and rescue or things like that. So what you're going to see here, we explored 3 different options. I'm just going to go through those fairly quickly. I know that Sheriff Wiggins is here. Nice to see you, Sheriff. If any specific questions on the jail and the needs requirements or the needs assessment there, it'd be great to have Sheriff Wiggins participate in that conversation. But the short version is that the current jail, due to its age and the time when it was designed, which was late 80s, early 90s, it's a very common layout for a jail of that vintage. There was a whole series of county jails that were designed and constructed in the late 80s, early 90s, all throughout Utah. And we're seeing systematic kind of repeat of the same scenario where the facilities are they're just old, they're kind of beat up, they're having infrastructure issues. So there's a lot of just general maintenance and kind of wear and tear issues. But beyond that, and the most concerning issues of jails of that vintage are they do not meet ADA, and they don't conform to any current jail guidelines. Well, I shouldn't say they don't conform to any. There's many jail guidelines that they do not conform to. The other thing from an operations point of view is the way they're laid out. They rely heavily on cameras for surveillance, whereas modern facilities, we do whatever we can to have line of sight wherever we can and to create layouts so that it's more efficient for the sheriff to staff the jail, to be able to monitor the inmates with the right number of people. But it's also a safety issue. If you have blind corners, if you have, if the kitchen's down the hall and around the corner and the only surveillance you have is a camera, by the time something happens, it's going to be too late. And so what we're seeing is throughout the state, A lot of counties are finally having to confront the reality that it's time to do a new facility because the potential liability of some of these issues as time goes on starts to be more painful than having to bite the bullet and build a new facility. So if we could go real quick to the next page. So this is a feasibility study. So what you're all going to see here, while they are architectural drawings in the sense that we have floor plans, and you're going to see some massing and three-dimensional kind of representations of shapes of different pieces of buildings. They are drawn to scale, but this is not a design. We're not in design yet. The point of feasibility is really to establish the feasibility of the project, to see, okay, this is the land we have to work with. These are the projects we're trying to do. And does it work? Can we fit it on the site? Does the circulation work? And trying to answer all those questions up front. So it gives the commission the ammunition or the information that they need to make an informed decision on whether or not it's worth proceeding to that next phase. So this is just a view of the existing block. It's basically the block that we're on right now. The building, the mess in the lower left corner is the building that we're standing in now. And so for the sake of this study, we kind of confined ourselves to this block. Next slide, please. So an interesting.
Would it be possible to make that full screen or blow it up, or is that
That's about as big as my.
Is it okay? Thank you.
I mean, I could zoom into certain areas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that actually does help.
yeah. So
Now we want.
yeah, so that's the existing site. Now, an interesting thing happened when we started this process. One of the first things we always do when we do a feasibility study is we go down and walk the site with the folks that live in the community, operate the jail, all the folks that are kind of the stakeholders, if you will, in a given project, just to understand the lay of the land, see if we understand, to physically walk the property. We're looking for topography issues. We're looking for, is the sheer shape of the site something we can work with. And as we were walking it, we started talking about some of how this project fits into the overall fabric of Moab, the unique nature of the tourism that obviously drives one of the major economic engines of Moab. And one of those issues that came up was that parking is a major problem in Moab, and having parking that is within reasonable proximity to Center Street or Main Street, excuse me. And so as we were looking at the site, it appeared there was an opportunity to come up with a concept for a parking structure that could fit on the site, that would basically go in the west half northeast corner, that would have somewhere between 200 and 300 parking stalls, but on the ground floor, because of the pedestrian nature of the community, although, there's shops everywhere, a lot of the shops and experience in Moab bleeds into the blocks to the east and the west of Main Street. And so on the ground floor, looking at what if we did a retail commercial use on the ground floor, so that the experience at the pedestrian level is something that allows to continue that sort of continuation of those sorts of uses, whether it's restaurants, office space, shops, whatever it may be. So we didn't start out planning on putting a parking garage in there. So I wanted to give a little context for why that's there. For the sake of this study, they are two separate projects, however. But because they share a common site and there's common functions and timing and things like that, we're showing it as part of this study to help communicate the big ideas. So in this version, the oddly shaped building in the upper right-hand corner, that would be the new public safety building, and a semicircular shape would be would be a housing pod for, right now that is sized for 120 beds. What 120 beds provides for Grand County is not only the capacity to house the local inmate population that they're required to take care of. For those of you that don't know this, the state of Utah, the county sheriff is under constitutional guidelines that it's their responsibility to house all of the inmates from your county. And it's constantly a challenge because especially in rural areas, just because of issues with the cost of these facilities. So the other thing that's interesting about the jail operations in the state of Utah is that the Department of Corrections who run the prison actually will they will contract out groups of inmates to county jails throughout the state. And I can't remember the current number. It's 1,600-ish. Is how many are dispersed at various jails. Now, what that means is these are folks who have been convicted, adjudicated, and sentenced, and they have to be part of a certain population, a lower risk population. That they don't send the worst of the worst out to be housed in community jails. A lot of them are drug and sex offenders, geriatrics, things like that. And that sounds a little scary, but the reality is that if you provide the necessary programs in your jail, those inmate populations are actually easier to take care of because they're nonviolent for the most part, and the majority of them are there to do their time and to go through the programming. Why they would go to a county facility is the state will pay a per diem to the county jail to house the inmates, which is less than what it costs them to do it. But it's more money than what it costs the county to provide that service. So it does generate some revenue, and pretty much the majority of the county jails in the state of Utah, other than the really large ones like Weber County, Salt Lake County, Davis County, Utah County, they don't typically have a lot of contract inmates. They have some, but they don't have a lot because they're in a urban metro area. But in these rural areas, every major jail has anywhere between a couple dozen to several hundred. I believe Beaver is up around 300. So when we talk about beds, this is a fairly conservative size. This is 120 beds. It's scalable if the community were to decide that there was a benefit to going larger to have the capability to provide for contract beds. That's certainly the county's option. Sorry, that was kind of a long-winded explanation for that background about that.
I think it's important for context to let folks know how many beds we currently have in our jail right here, a couple hundred yards that way.
Yeah. Is it 64? Yeah. 64 beds. And that is that maximum. Yeah. And the idea is here that the 120 would provide definitely the coverage for 64 plus a buffer and to add growth. Obviously, these facilities are quite expensive, relatively speaking. So you want to have a facility that's going to give you 40 or 50 years, hopefully. And you also have, this is also laid out such that there are 6 different day rooms. So it gives the sheriff and the jail commander more flexibility with how they segregate the population. For those of you that don't know, when somebody gets booked into jail, everybody just doesn't go into one big room. Each inmate is classified and goes through a process of understanding which population they belong in, so you don't have the wrong people with the wrong group. So what you have here, the round shape option is the housing unit. Where the number 1 is, that is on the ground floor, it would be all the jail functions that basically provide support for the jail. So it's kitchen, laundry, it's the vehicle sally port where you come in. In fact, if you want to advance the slide. So let's see, go one more forward, please, if you don't mind. One more. Oh, there it is. And you can just zoom out just to click. So this is not the design, but this is an adjacency diagram that kind of shows all the functions that happen inside of the jail. There's a lot that goes on in the jail that most people don't realize, but you are housing, if you're housing 120 inmates or even 100, you're talking about 350 meals a day. So it's 3 meals a day plus a factor on top of that. So you have a full-time kitchen and you have full-time laundry. The laundry in the kitchen is usually housed by inmates. It's set up such that you have a central control room that has visual surveillance down these straight hallways. So central control can see down the hallways all the way to the pod. This is the housing pod, but can also see into. You have glass on the windows here, laundry, kitchen. Inmates usually are the primary labor force in the jail, laundry and kitchen. They're your lower risk inmates, but they're still inmates. So having that surveillance is important. But it also houses all the booking intake, houses all the inmate property. You have a vehicle sally port, which is basically a very large garage with high-speed doors where if somebody's being brought to jail, they go in the sally port, the doors close. It's a secure situation. Then they're brought into intake and processed, and they're either going to bail out at this point or they're going to be spending the night in jail. Ground floor also has, the sheriff's office has his staff that works in the jail. And he has patrol staff, he has detective staff. Not forgetting anybody, Sheriff? Those are basically the three big groups. But we always, we recommend having the jail admin, the jail staff be on the ground floor, and it's a matter of just going into the secure area. This is all secure inside this facility. There's a public lobby that, and we're showing a drug court with a visitation area, but drug court's where somebody goes if they're on a court mandated test, if they have to do a daily drug test or periodic drug test. But the public has access to be able to come in here, interact with the sheriff's office, put money towards an inmate's accounts for their commissary and things like that. But also there is a little bit of visitation. There is no contact visitation in these jails these days. The only visitation that's actually face-to-face is usually between an attorney and an inmate. The rest of the visitation is done with video. So there's a scheduled time where whoever wants to make the visitation can remotely dial into a secure site. And there's a visitation screen unit on, usually in the day room, for the inmate to be able to have video visitation. So the idea is to have less movements of inmates from place to place to place. The most dangerous time for someone from the sheriff's office is moving a prisoner from point A to point B, especially if you're outside. And so anything you can do to minimize the movements is important. This programming, what I'm talking about there is, those are multi-purpose spaces that allow for church services, education, drug treatment, library. The idea is that they are multi-purpose. Volunteers from the community usually will bring in religious services or conduct an AA meeting, psychological counseling or drug counseling, addiction counseling can happen there. In the case of say a sex offenders group, they have a very specific program they have to go through that's mandated by the state before they're allowed to be released. So having space for that is very important. So, and we have not changed this in each of these options, but I felt it was important that you kind of understood the lay of the land. Next slide, please. So this is just a kind of a 3D cutaway of the same thing. What you're seeing here would be the ground floor retail along 100 East going up to 100 North. And with the public safety building back here. Next slide. And then on the top floor is basically just an office building. It sits on top of the secure jail. It's the sheriff's office. It's everything that under the sheriff's office operation is housed here. So it's all of the private offices, the business offices, you know, of the sheriff, along with conference rooms. But more importantly, it's where evidence is stored and processed and analyzed. There's typically a small crime lab in there. You have your patrol, you have your deputies here. There's training areas, both classroom type training, but also physical training. There's usually a gym space, so that you know, just with some weights and some cardio type stuff, and a small locker room. The idea is to have everything all contained in one area. It's quite common in these facilities, if it's relevant to the local community, to put either dispatch or and 911 in this building if it's not being housed somewhere else, or if you want to bring it into the jail, but also have space that's typically a large multi-purpose space that can be converted to an emergency operations center if you have a natural disaster or a major situation going on, which creates a command center for the sheriff to operate from. Next slide, please. So this is just a 3D view of that second level, kind of showing how that works. Next slide. So that was option A. Option B, one of the other things that we talked about was taking inmates to and from court. In a lot of cases, you can do video arraignment in certain cases, but sometimes they do need to go before the judge. And again, transporting it's done all the time, but if there's a way that you don't have to take them out of the jail to get them to the court, that would be great. So this concept basically shows a new courtroom building that has a ground floor piece and a second floor piece that connects with that would be adjacent to the sheriff's office. That would create a physical connection between the jail and the court, so that inmates would just be brought through the jail into a secure holding area, so that they could then go before the judge, and if they prevail, then they get to go out the front door, and if they don't, they go back in the door they came from. But that's really the primary difference of this scheme here, is to show you know, a court situation where we're trying to get the county attorneys both courtrooms and all the associated spaces, but also on the top floor having that adjacency, so that there is direct communication between the county attorney and the sheriff's office, basically sharing the same floor plan. So it just facilitates that. Next slide, please. And again, this is the same diagram, except for this court's down on the bottom, and then the court's piece on the top go up and over, be twice as big. Again, not a design yet, just from a scale point of view, that's about how much square feet we're talking about. Next slide. Next slide. Another 3D cut. This is that second floor, how it's showing the relationship between the courtroom and the sheriff's, or the courthouse and attorney spaces and the sheriff's office space. Next slide. And next slide. Finally, the last version is if the parking structure idea doesn't have legs, if it doesn't go anywhere, the other option we looked at was, okay, what does that mean now? So in this instance, we're taking the same building, basically the same footprint, we're flipping it, and we're fronting it along 100 East here. And then we're suggesting a potential new Corvette. I didn't know that was just a touchscreen.
Screen, yeah.
Careful.
Yeah. Wow. We're suggesting a conceptual idea of a new courtroom here that would be connected to the jail. And you can see it's a much more compact relationship. Obviously, by not building a parking garage, if you talk total cost, it's clearly not the same because you're not building a parking garage. However, there's a great opportunity with the idea of being able to activate the street and actually kind of put the jail or push it back into the block. Both for perception, for perception concerns, if you want to call that, but it also some of the more secure functions can be more inboard and more easily accessed and serviced by the sheriff's office. But there's a lot of configurations that can happen. And again, we're not in design yet. So we're just really trying to establish that things fit. All right. So shifting gears to the next slide. We wanted to talk about what this parking garage could be. Parking garages aren't typically known for their beauty. They're very utilitarian. However, there are ways that we can incorporate some simple elements that not only are functional, but also aesthetically pleasing. These are just some precedent image kind of inspirational ideas of some ways that folks have screened upper floor masses to help with the look, but also to provide some shading. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering. Can you maybe zoom out just a click if you would. So this is a view from, you're looking from the northwest corner to the southeast. You're across the street. You have 100 east and 100 north. And the idea is you have this all on the bottom of the parking garage is where you have that retail space. You would enter into the parking in back, ramp up, so that by the time you got to the other end, you're on the second level. But it creates a whole space underneath, which could be easily used for retail, commercial, professional spaces. And you can see this is just a very quick rendering idea that we came up with, that by having a very transparent ground floor, it's very inviting, it's very active. It would really activate the street and draw more attention. We're suggesting like a perforated Corten steel, which is that rusted looking steel screening here, not only because we're trying to screen the cars a little bit, but there's an opportunity here where you can do branding in these panels where we actually give them digital files and they'll water jet holes in the panels, so that if you wanted, some sort of slogan about Moab, or if you just wanted some imagery on that, you could dress it up, or you can leave it alone. But it really also serves as a sunshade, which you obviously need down here a good part of the year. And we're also suggesting that it might not be a bad idea on the top level to do a kind of a canopy cover over the cars, and potentially you could even do solar on the top of that. I think that's it. Sorry, that was very long-winded. I apologize for if I ran a little long. Do I take questions now, or should we? Okay.
So Marcus on financial next, and then Mayor Winder, and then a Q&A session for the three of you.
Thank you.
Quinn, I just sent you over a PDF version of the presentation, if that's a little easier to.
As your glasses, Rob, right?
Oh, thank you. Couldn't see without my glasses.
I'm with you.
While Quinn's getting that pulled up, just by introduction, Marcus Keller with Cruz and Associates. We're happy to be here. We're happy to discuss the Mass Fix Guideway sales tax levy. And we'll go over a lot of the history there. A lot of this may be repeat information, so I apologize. I will try to move through it rather quickly to give Mike plenty of time to talk on his subject, as well as to make sure we have plenty of time for a Q&A session. But we think a few little differences that have changed since the last time we presented, I think probably about a year or so ago since we first started these discussions. But yeah, excited to be here and go over this because, you know, these are wonderful pictures and wonderful buildings, but if we don't have a way to pay for it, then it's just a lot of pretty artwork. So hopefully we can go over that today and give everyone the answers that they're looking for here. So the fixed guideway sales tax, or as we call it 2216 throughout the presentation, that's the section in code that it's related to, is a sales tax that's been around for a long time. But if we go to the next slide, it was a tax that was changed in 2024 to help with this exact issue. So for many years, smaller counties across the state have tried to understand or try to figure out how they're going to pay for their largest capital expenditure, which is when they have to either remodel or replace their jails. This will, in most cases, be the largest expenditure that Grand County ever has to figure out how to pay for, I would imagine. And so what we did was we worked with the state legislature to help revise this section of code so that counties of the 3rd through the 6th class could access this additional sales tax levy, and to mandate that it had to be used for public safety. And in most cases, they are being used for the replacement of their jails. As was mentioned, Iron County recently did this, I want to say about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, to replace their jail. And that was a very large project. Again, the largest project Iron County will ever have to pay for. But because of this sales tax, they were able to afford that and then move forward with that new construction and avoid a lot of the issues that come from an old jail that I won't get into right now. But so we've updated the code. And so this is the option, and in my opinion, the best option, at least for the taxpayers of Grand County. And I'll go into those details on why I believe that's the case. But so we'll refer to this as sales tax 2216 or the mass fixed guideway sales tax or public safety sales tax. I hear, I guess, a lot of different words to describe it. Next slide, please. Perfect. So again, that's just a little information if anyone's ever curious on what this code would entail. So one thing I do want to point out is this sales tax is for the 0.30% or just a little less than 1/3 of 1% that it would increase the county sales tax across the entire area. So not just within unincorporated county, but both for incorporated municipal as well as unincorporated county to draw on this sales tax. Again, it has to be used for public safety. So this would be only and restricted to public safety. It couldn't be used for anything outside that definition. A lot of things we've seen it be used for is specifically for jail projects. Sometimes it's used for EMS, sometimes it's used for things along that nature, but typically we've seen counties with such a great capital need using it for their jail projects. And it isn't assessed on grocery food sales or unprepared food, which again, as a resident or as residents would probably like to know how this will affect them, knowing that it's not going to affect them at the grocery store. One of the essential things that we wanted to make sure was included as part of this legislation. Next slide, please. So I went ahead and updated what the sales tax would look like for the county and across the area if this were to be included. So if you look, the MF or the mass fixed guideways, what that stands for is the section highlighted there at that 0.30. And then at the very far end would be the total sales tax levy for all parts of the county if this were to be enacted. So you could see all the different sales tax levies that are currently within the county boundaries. Next slide, please. This is what it would look like if enacted. It would increase it to 7.65%. And this across the state shows you what nearly every county that has the additional mass transit or the fixed guideway tax. State law doesn't allow you to have both. It's an either or. And so this is the comparable counties across the state that have one or the other of these levies included within their sales tax. And then Grand County being at the top there with the asterisk. Next slide. this is why a slide I included from my prior presentation, but I thought it was important to see the growth of taxable sales in Grand County. Why I say that it will be less impactful to the taxpayers, even though you would pay this as you go out to restaurants and different things, is Grand County is in a lot of ways what we refer to as a destination area. So a lot of people are coming from outside Grand County to visit it and use your hotels, your restaurants, other services that they would be contributing to your taxable sales or your sales tax. And so this is the alternative of what we've seen being proposed to fund jails, which is property tax, where 100% of that burden falls onto the shoulders of the taxpayers within Grand County. So we feel like this option with the sales tax gets split not only between the residents of Grand County, but those that get to enjoy all the benefits of Grand County and get to use all these different facilities. Hopefully not the jail facility, but I suppose that's what it's here for. So anyway, so I just wanted to really emphasize that as your taxable sales grow and as you grow as a county, this levy will continue to produce additional revenue, which is important because it'll produce revenue that continues to be dedicated and restricted for public safety. So the hope is that as this sales tax levy is put into place, that your public safety line items here at the county will hopefully be taken care of for the foreseeable future, particularly with the financing of your large capital infrastructure needs. Next slide, please. This is an outline we put together to show you what your revenues would have looked like and are projected to look like using conservative estimates based off historical collections within your taxable sales. So if the county had adopted this in 2024, we would have collected additional 1.9 million, in 25, just over 2 million. And then in 2026, we would estimate it would still be roughly in that same range, maybe a 2% increase. And then if you go down to the green, if this were to be activated within this calendar year, we anticipate that full collections would start at the beginning of next calendar year, so January of 2027. And these are the revenue projections we would show start to be collected as that tax is in place, as well as taxable sales increase slightly. I think this is actually a very conservative estimate. It could potentially be much higher. A lot of this is based off economic factors that we don't have any control over. But at the end of the day, we like to use conservative estimates to not over project or over promise. But this is, I think, a helpful slide to show those additional revenues coming into the county. Next slide. Coverage projections. So as we've looked at different jail projects and different financing models here, we have to figure out a way to pay for it. Our goal would be to use only the 2216 to help pay for that jail or to pay for the entirety of that project. And so as we're putting together coverage to help with the ratings and interest rates to get the county as best credit as possible, if you notice on that second to last column on the right, the STRB 2027 debt service, which stands for sales tax revenue bonds, that's what we're projecting the debt service to be based off our numbers and estimates that we'll go over shortly. So as you notice, we're only running this at a max of 1.9 to be very conservative with the estimates and to also maintain good coverage and to not overburden the county. So again, our main goal is to find you the most efficient and cheapest form of financing if you were to move forward with this sales tax, but most importantly, never to put the county in a situation where they're spending funds that they do not have. And so that's why our projections are based off this currently. Next slide. Just to kind of put it into perspective, what that would look like for taxpayers if this same 1.9 million of revenue were to be done as a property tax increase. It would be roughly a 28.62% change within the levy itself, or on a $450,000 primary residential home, it would increase it by about $120 a year, or on that same value for business, $219 a year to generate those same amounts of revenues. I thought that's important because, again, as it was mentioned earlier, jails have to be maintained. They have to be upkept by the county per the Utah State Constitution. The only other form of financing really available to counties is property tax. And so we don't want this. I don't think taxpayers typically want this scenario. And so sales tax, as mentioned earlier, in my opinion, is the best way to share that burden with people that live outside of Grand County as well and get to come and visit it. So just thought that would be an interesting slide to bring up as well. Next slide, please. So currently right now, for the next slide, we're running scenarios based off of sheriff's complex and courts and county attorney offices. Based off estimates we've been given, it's in that $30 million range. So if we go down to the next slide, I believe we should have let's go down one more, sorry. We should have a summary. So based off that $1.9 million debt service and based off different bonding or financing scenarios we're running, we're showing that the county could generate, depending on, and again, these are hypotheticals or scenarios that we have based off current market conditions. And we're showing that the county could raise, just based off the 2216 sales tax, roughly $29.6 million to, we'll say, $31.5 million, just based off current estimates. If we could ever get interest rates to start coming back down, those numbers would improve and go up slightly, but that 1.9 million would remain the same. Again, our biggest concern is making sure we do not overburden the county. So anyway, so that does put it in line with the numbers that we've seen from the Babcock team on projected dollar amounts to be able to afford this jail project. It may not afford everything, all the projects that are discussed tonight, but it's the essential ones, which I think is the most important ones. And so anyways, I just wanted to end with that. I don't believe I have any more slides, Glenn, unless there's just, okay, disclosures, all the fun lawyer stuff. So anyways, I'll go ahead and stop there. I know I've taken too much time, but I'll go ahead and sit down and turn it over to Mike and wait for any questions.
All right, we have with us Mike Winder from Mill Creek.
Mill Creek, yep.
Yeah, so he's here to talk to us about some unique financing they did up in Mill Creek.
Thank you. Great to be before the Grand County Commission. I apologize I'm not there in person. Busy schedules up here in Mill Creek. I appreciate being introduced earlier on the agenda as mayor. I used to be the mayor of West Valley City. Some of you remember when I was in the state legislature, and currently I've gone to the dark side or the light side, depending on how you call it, the staff side as city manager here in Mill Creek. But we've done some amazing things with our city center here at Mill Creek Common, and so I've been asked to just take 10 minutes and share what we've done. So maybe this is inspirational or perspirational, I'm not sure which. So let me share my screen here. The host has disabled participant screen sharing. Is there any way I can... Oh, here we go. Okay, now I'm in. All right, and I'm going to go rapid fire, you guys, just to give you a taste. So, Mill Creek is we're in the East Bench of Salt Lake County, just south of Salt Lake City. We have Olympus Cove all the way to the Jordan Rivers. You can see our neighbors: South Salt Lake, Holiday, Murray, even Taylorsville and West Valley. Our main city center, when we incorporated, looked like this. You had some vacant buildings, an auto repair shop. This is, for those of you who may know, 33rd South, Highland Drive, and 13th East, just east of the Brickyard. After a few years at it, it's now transformed to look like this. And we're really excited with our city center efforts, and there may be some lessons here that can help Grand County as well. So we master planned this so it's centered around a common open space that we call Mill Creek Common. And we've entitled over 1,800 residential units, nearly 300,000 square feet of commercial. We have parking in here and numerous events programmed all throughout the year. Urban living is important. It's important to have people that live there and work there. It's important to have daytime traffic and nighttime traffic, lunch for the restaurants and dinner as well. And so we have worked to attract apartments and increasingly condominiums for ownership to this area. For example, right next door is a lovely apartment building, high-end, that just opened earlier this month, where we have ground floor retail. Now, what's special about this one is they're sharing a parking garage with City Hall. You can see that behind the swimming pool there, and I'll touch on that here in a moment. So Mill Creek Common is winter fun, largest outdoor ice in Utah. It's ice skating in the winter, and it's roller skating in the summer. We also have a splash pad there. We have a climbing wall on the site of Mill Creek City Hall, largest outdoor climbing wall in Utah. And again, we have numerous events there throughout the year. So first of all, what paid for Mill Creek Common? We formed a community reinvestment area. You're familiar, of course, with CRAs and RDAs. We did a $20 million bond. It was sales tax backed because that's how you get the lowest interest rate. But our internal repayment is from the tax increment from that community reinvestment area. All these developers coming in to build office buildings and apartments say, ooh, you're a CRA, can I have some tax increment financing? And on all of them, we've said, nope, all of the TIF is going towards paying back that bond, but you still want to come anyway because of this amazing public infrastructure. We were also able to get some grant support during COVID and a $500,000 Utah Outdoor Recreation grant to pay for the skate loop. The Salt Lake Tribune last year said, is this Utah's coolest city hall? And we're biased, of course, we think it is. But it is fun to have a public market on the ground floor and to have a reception center, the Grandview, on the 6th floor, and to have farmers markets and different events going on. When we built this, the public didn't squawk and say, this is a Taj Mahal for planners. They said, wow, there's actually something in it for us, a true community center. So what paid for City Hall? We did a $39 million bond. And in this case, it's our interest. The good news is we have a pretty low interest rate because of when we did it. But our residents agreed that we're better to own than to rent. Before, we were in a strip mall, an old, we call it the City Hall $1 because it's an old Dollar Tree. But now we actually own our building, so that's fun. We did get an outdoor recreation grant for the climbing wall, and from Rocky Mountain Power, a Blue Sky grant for solar panels on the roof. And those account for about 20 to 25% of our electrical needs, which are good. And again, COVID era money was always helpful as well. The best is yet to come from Mill Creek Common. We just north of City Hall, we have phase 2 under construction, which includes more green space, open space. Phase 1 is more the European hardscape, the town square, the plaza. Phase 2 is a lot lusher and greener, 138 trees, including a lot of aspens. It includes a mini golf course, the only mini golf course in the northern half of Salt Lake County. We're already paying people to manage a climbing wall and do the roller skates, so why not mini golf too? The holes are inspired by natural wonders, even Delicate Arch, the Bonneville Salt Flats, Little Sahara, and more. We have a skate canyon. We're the largest city in Utah without a skate park, but that will soon be remedied. We have this cool building called the Tree House in the middle. It's kind of a hangout space, restrooms, and storage. We have a splash creek. Our splash pads are very popular, so to have a creek for the little kids to splash in, we're super excited about with shade structures we've learned is important. And then I love this one, our Milo the Moose play structure. Milo is our city mascot, and so we have a moose play structure. And you can see you can climb up in him. There's a slide. There's areas to play on the outside. And phase 2 we paid for with cash. We received a $1.5 million tourism, recreation, culture grant from Salt Lake County. We did kick in a chunk from our general funds and park impact fees. We did get some of that COVID money, but also $1 million Utah Outdoor Rec. And then we worked with our federal lobbyists to get $2.5 million from the National Park Service in a land water conservation fund. So it was truly a collaboration of city, county, state, and federal money to make phase 2 happen. The next thing we're working on is east of the Common. We've relocated an art gallery and we're moving a gym over. The gym is being refurbished right now, the new gym building, and we're replacing that with a Hyatt Studios on the corner. We're the largest city in Utah without a hotel. We'll have a parking structure and then a retail condo building that's 6 stories. Then we'll bring the Fine Art Inn gallery back to the ground floor, and we'll have the retail. Now, as a city, we are the landlord of this future bookstore, coffee shop, and restaurant. And in City Hall, we're currently the landlord of a pizza shop, a place called Noodlehead, and a Thirst. And for us, it's important to retain control because the last thing we wanted on our town square was an accountant's office that closes at 4 p.m. We want to be activating that space. That shop-utainment, if you will, is just as important for us as a splash pad. So you can see the ground floor retail and the condos coming in. And so that'll be a nice development too that we're hoping to break ground on here in October. So a lot of exciting things happening in Mill Creek Common. What's paying for East Common, we did do another bond with our AAA bond rating, but we are selling land to private developers for the hotel, for the condos, and then renting to them parking stalls. So we can build a parking garage cheaper than they can. We can finance it certainly cheaper than they can. And by renting back to them, that helps their pro forma, but it gives us the mechanism to pay it back along with the retail rents. So eventually we're looking at doing some condos on the north side of Mill Creek Common, but the groundbreaking of that won't be till 2028. So those will be owner-occupied condos. We're trying to have a nice mix of apartments, condos, and hotels. So different uses in there. This is what Chat GPT says will be the lovely people that will move into our condos when we're done. Mayor Jackson says the Marine vet should have a dog instead of a cat, but who am I to argue with AI, right? Anyway, so when it's all done, this is kind of what our town square will look like. You have the city hall with the climbing wall. You have a variety of ground floor retail and residential units, and that kind of this town square that brings everybody together. There's kind of the look from phase 2. So I know that's kind of the rapid fire version of what's happening in Mill Creek Common. You guys did talk about parking structure, so I'll just add one PS. The parking structure we built next door with the Westerly Apartments, we didn't we looked at what the code would require them to do if they had to build their own parking. We looked at what we would do if we had to build our own parking for our city hall. And then we had a parking study look at if you did a shared parking analysis and you made that Venn diagram, if you will, where you can overlap what it does. And what it does is it reduced the number of parking stalls required dramatically. And when parking stalls are 35 to 40K per stall, that saved them millions and us millions. We ended up paying 40% of the parking garage. They paid 60%. It literally just opened a few weeks ago, and we're super excited about that public-private partnership because it saved them money and us money. So I know I just threw a lot out there, but in the Q&A, you can maybe pepper some more if you want to dig deeper or see how some of these things may apply to some of the projects you're considering there in Moab, there in Grand County.
Thank you. I think that's exciting to see what's happening around the state. I think Jacques has a question.
No, I'm good. It's-
Oh, you good? Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's, very,
appreciate you sharing that.
very impressive. Thanks.
Okay, do we want to open it up to any questions for any one of them? Go ahead, Mary.
Yes, when you were talking about the sales tax, it doesn't have tax on gas as well, correct?
I don't believe so. We looked into that and we're 99% sure that's correct. It's not on the gas or the unprepared food. So,
So I understood.
yeah,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, or Commissioner.
Ma'am. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trish.
Oh, Trish, go ahead. Sorry. She's online.
You. I didn't hear. Were you guys making fun of me? And that's okay if you were.
No, we were making sure we had our microphones.
I apologize.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's okay. I can hear. I can hear you fine. I guess this is more for Jameson to speak to. I'd just like him to speak to how many state inmates we currently house, how many we could house, and what that might mean for just revenue that it brings into the county as far as the sheriff's department. I think it'd be great for just all of the commissioners to understand that.
Jameson, you want to come up to the table or to the podium, either one?
And did you hear my question or
Yeah.
comments? Okay, thanks, Jim.
So we house roughly 7 to 8 state inmates right now. They generate about $85. Don't quote me on that per day. The idea is obviously to increase the bed population, bring on more state inmates, then it generates revenue. So, like our neighboring county, San Juan County Sheriff's Office, they're doubling their bed population to do the same thing. Iron County's doing that. And then the idea is, as Moab and Grant County continues to grow, if you need bed space, you give some state inmates back. You have more programming for state inmates, then that fee increases. It could go up to upwards of $100 a day per state inmate. But just by housing the 7 inmates currently from the state of Utah, it pays for the entire food bill for the county. It doesn't cost us any more to have our lights on, but it generates revenue.
And then Jameson, if I'm correct, sorry about that. I just jumped back in. Sorry about that. If I'm correct, your state inmates also do a number of jobs in the jails and outside the jail.
Yeah, correct. Because we have a hard time hiring and maintaining staff. And so we had an assistant position for the kitchen. We can never keep staffed. And so those state inmates work is they cook the food, they clean the hallways, they do the laundry. We also have them working out at OSTA now, helping OSTA take care of the grounds. We have them on the side of the highway just helping pick up trash, they clean our vehicles at the sheriff's office, so. They do a lot, but a lot of county jails have programming, like Garfield County Sheriff's Office has. Embroidering work, we buy a lot of our stuff from Garfield County. It's actually. Do the embroidering presses on the clothes.
I would entertain any questions from the audience. Does anyone in the audience have any questions? Go ahead. And if you want to come up here so you're heard.
Oh, yeah, I just have a clarification question, yes, Jameson. Can you help me understand if someone is placed in jail? From my understanding, I thought they were waiting for.
If you want to come up to my phone, just.
Oh, yeah, this is
what I'm mind.
Yeah. Otherwise, going, so if someone is in jail, they're waiting for trial, right? Like it's in between
Sure.
place, right? And so are we housing people that have already been convicted now?
There's two things happening. We had county sentenced inmates that have been sentenced. They're in a different pod in our jail that have to do, say, 6 months for their sentence. They're gonna be inside of our jail. And then we also have 7 state inmates from the state of Utah that have been sentenced to prison, but the prisons decided to build a new prison smaller than the old one, and they're out of space. So they're contracting with county jails to see if they'll take on inmates.
So would we, if we were to do this, would we now, it would be considered a prison and not jail at that point,
No,
right? I mean, how
So,
does that work?
so we're a county facility, so anyone that's sentenced on a misdemeanor and sometimes on felonies will have jail stay within the county facility. It's capped out at 1 year. So an individual, if they do, let's say 7 misdemeanors, the max they're gonna do is about a year in jail. If they get sent to prison on a felony charge, then they're gonna be normally sent out to the state prison. They'll do an orientation month or so. It's a little bit longer, and Chief Bell or the sheriff can correct me on the length of time, but they do an orientation stage. And then some members of that population that are inmates, usually SOs is what they call them, sex offenders, oftentimes will get flagged or identified for potentially being able to be sent out to local jails because of the inherent risk and danger of certain positions. And so those individuals come, and sheriff, whenever, you think some of those individuals will come down and then take on like work positions and help out. And so that's kind of how we do it as a mix. So in our population, you'll have those that are post-sentencing on county charges, theoretically folks from the state inmate, and then people that are waiting for the adjudication or the resolution of their case as well.
Okay, then to follow up, since I have your attention, what's the legal, how does it work when you have, I'm just gonna say pedophiles, like a real close to a school, like the Montessori school being there?
we don't house any sex offenders.
I mean, like if we were to move, I know that he had mentioned that, so I guess that was just an example.
So a couple different questions. So are you talking about somebody that's released?
No, no, that's my question. If they've been convicted, it's okay for them to be in a jail close to a school. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know that's a simple question. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, just one other clarifying thing too, and sheriff can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but any state inmates that are farmed out to county facilities, they're not released and back into that county.
I do.
They go back to the prison
Yeah.
for pre-release and whatnot there, so.
So just to clarify, I think, so if this gets built as is, the actual prison demographics will not be unchanged from what we have now. Correct? We won't be looking at any type of new prisoners. It'll be the same type of people that we're already housing in our jail. It'll just be.
Just depends on if we have more room and we take on more programming, we can acquire different types of instead of incentives. Does that answer your question?
I think so, James. Yeah.
Mary?
What do you mean? You've used the word programming, and I'm not sure what you're referring to when you're saying programming.
Programming such as take for example, sex offenders, licensed therapists, different types of classes to kind of get them rehabilitated to go back out when they are done completing their sentence. Other type of programming would include schools inside the jails, finishing your GED, getting a degree. the college degree welding classes, those programming, is what I'm referring to. It's just an extra learning facility, learning.
And typically the state, I believe, will pay more too if you offer those programs. So it's not like you're doing it at the expense of the taxpayer. You're doing it because the state's going to pay you a higher per diem to be able to have that program in place versus not.
I get what I thought you meant, but I didn't want to walk away and not
Sure.
have my assumption wrong.
And the idea too is to design some overall space that we call programming space that can be really, it's a lot of multi-purpose space. So it can be the same rooms or spaces can be used for multiple different types of functions. So it gives the sheriff and the jail commander the ability to kind of customize some of those programs, but it's everything from religious to education, vocational to therapeutic, and so on. So.
And I think it's important to think, as we think about this, that creates jobs. So, and they're jobs that are outside of our visitor economy. So those are jobs we do 24/7, 365 days a year as well. So, and then Trish has her hand up.
Oh. Melissa too.
Are you ready for me to go, Mel?
Yes, go ahead, Trish, and then we'll go to Mo.
So yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about my work in the jails, but then I also kind of want to ask Jameson a couple more questions. So I've been working in the jails, I think, for almost about 20 years now, pertaining to just basic educational programming. But you know, the county jail is extremely girdled as far as the facility and what it can provide, and so I really think you could some of that programming could just explode. I mean, right now we have a few computer platforms that allow students some opportunities, but I really think, you know, but we're constantly like vying with whether it be court, you know, video court and or religious programming to have enough space to be able to, for those students to get what they need. So I think an expanded space would do a tremendous amount for education, and education reduces recidivism exponentially. And then lastly, Jameson, do you mind speaking to, you know, a few of the things that I've noticed when you're in there is, you know, unfortunately, the Grand County Jail houses people that are detoxing. And so that is a huge burden on, you know, the officers in there. And then also individuals that are dealing with mental illness. And sometimes they have to house individuals like that for extremely long periods of time because there's not another bed for them in other facilities. So Jameson, I don't know if you want to talk about that and what that layers on to the officers that are working within the jails.
Yeah, so that's another point of focus is we need more holding facilities prior to being placed in the general populations. We're limited on the space for general or for our holding facilities. When we experienced COVID, that was a nightmare. We didn't have the space to segregate individuals for the 2 weeks prior to placing them into the pods. We also have no medical facility inside the jail. Most new jails, all new jails have medical wings inside the jail facility. So when we have an issue, we typically have to transport them to MRH for treatment. But yeah, so we could definitely use the holding facilities, the mental health thing. People often think jails are mental health facilities, which they're not. And so when we have to house an inmate that has having mental health problems, they're in the same area as the other inmates that are currently waiting their assessment to go into general population.
Yeah, the behavioral mental health issues a major problem for law enforcement everywhere because unfortunately the county jails become the de facto mental health care provider because there's no other alternative. And we're starting to see more attention being paid to that. We just started working with Salt Lake County on an expansion study for them where having a behavioral mental health aspect where call it diversion, where when somebody's brought in, if they're mentally ill or they're detoxing, they actually go to are actually diverted to a different part of the jail that's not the actual jail. So that it can be determined what sort of help they need. That wasn't considered for this particular feasibility study, but what Sheriff Wiggins is saying is absolutely correct that long-term solving that mental health aspect is very important because it does create a very much a burden, and it also creates liability for the county too. So being able to have a way to temporarily house and treat individuals that fit certain profiles like that could take a big burden off every sheriff, as well as get those people the proper help that they need.
All right, Melissa, did you have a question? Will you come up to the podium?
Yeah, just clarifying. Thank you. Jacques asked how many beds there were, like 64. What's the occupancy rate, if that's the right term? But like, is there annual?
So it just depends on, we just recently added a pretrial service deputy position that's 100% paid for by a grant. And what pretrial does is it helps take the burden off of the inmate population. And so right now, I think we have 30 people inside of our jail. However, our pretrial service deputy has about 30 something people on his plate. So if we didn't have him, your max capacity. And so it sounds like we just got another grant to pay for that position again, but if that money runs out, do we keep funding that position? What do we do? But it's hard to give you an exact number of like where we typically stay at, but usually around 30 to 40 people is what our current jail houses with the pretrial service deputy.
Plus state?
No, that would include state.
Commissioner Winston.
I've got some questions, but I'd like to follow up on that just a little bit. So if you do have that block of rooms available, why aren't we looking to the state right now to fill it?
Because you gotta house the state inmates with state inmates. So I don't want to put our state inmates in with our unsentenced county inmates. There's rules and requirements from the state. We also have a little section for females. We don't want to put males and females, obviously. Our female pod is extremely tiny. Typically out of space with the female pods. But yeah, I mean, if it was that easy, we would just already have the state inmates in there right now, but we don't have the space to house any state inmates. Our current road pod for the state inmates.
Okay, and then my questions are along the line, we've talked about programs, additional staff. Is there a study showing what the future costs of those are going to be on the county? Because as we're in the middle of a budget season right now, every time we add one more employee, we're building a bigger balloon here. And as we all are aware, we're coming out of an economic slump somewhat here. So looking at, do we have plans for maybe a future impact study, what this is actually going to cost the county outside of what we're bonding to build this unit?
I think ultimately, if you proceed with actual design and you start defining the parameters more specifically, then it's much easier to answer that question because they're interrelated. The bed count's going to drive obviously staffing requirements for the jail staff, but there may be other elements that could be incorporated with the facility. Dispatch 911 as an example, that may have the opportunity to expand. So having that conversation once some of those parameters were more clearly defined would be, I mean, that's typically what every county does in parallel to doing these projects. As we go through the design process, they're also evaluating what is the reality in terms of staffing costs and operational costs.
I would think that we need those operational costs before any decisions are made though, correct? I mean, we really can't just guess that we're going to be able to.
No, yeah, and I'm not suggesting that you're guessing, just suggesting that you're making decisions along the way, like bed count, for example. The concept that's been shown is 100 beds. If that's not the right amount, it might be less than that. There might also be, could go in the other direction of, well, we really like the idea of bringing more contract inmates, because like I said, Beaver County is quite small. They have a 400-bed jail, about 300 of them are state inmates. And they generate roughly $8 million a year in revenue for Beaver County. That's a purposeful decision that was made by that county to make the investment in their jail to be able to enhance that. And it obviously creates a whole completely different dynamic. So the design decisions that are made along the way, you start with a big idea. And as we go through the process, those things have to be defined fairly early in the process so that we're not chasing our tail design wise. But it's a dialogue that happens constantly between the design team and the county as we're going through that process to be able to say, look, we'd love 200 beds, but that's just not the picture. We can only go 100 or we can go 120, whatever that is. So it's a little chicken and egg, but it's not done in the dark or crossing our fingers and hoping to work out. It's much more methodical than that.
Jameson, go ahead.
We set the 120 bed count with the idea of not increasing any more jail staff. So we think that we could take on 120 inmates without having to hire any more new deputies. Anything past that, we'll have to hire more deputies.
And that's what I noticed too. Going to that pod design seemed to be a very efficient design, at least with some of the other ones. So it didn't seem to have a huge labor increase or additional manpower increase, or not as nearly as much as you'd think with the bed count going up significantly. And then also too, just as a reminder, when we're running those numbers and analysis to pay for the debt service, we're being conservative by design because we want additional buffers from that 2216 to potentially help offset if there is a surprise expense where additional employees needed to help reach that, help that person. But also too, we're not including any of our analysis, the additional revenues that could be generated by those beds. So just quick math here on my laptop, additional beds, 60 beds, 80 beds, or $80 per diem. If those were to be filled, would be close to $1.5 million, over $1.5 million a year of additional revenue. Now we know it's not going to be 100% filled, right? Potentially, but that would be a significant portion of any manpower or other expenses that aren't being anticipated right now would flow into those revenues. And by design, we're not using those revenues because we know they're probably going to be needed in some way, shape, or form as that new facility comes online.
I want to have one last question and then I'll let it go to somebody else. But you talked about 8 million in revenue at Beaver County, and now you're talking about revenue here, but that's not profit.
Correct. That would be the per diem. And
So, but we have costs out of that revenue.
Correct. It's not going to be straight net profit of $80 free and clear, but a lot of times from what we've seen, there is an economies of scale there. As the sheriff brought up, when the lights are on, and whoever's in that pod's using that, right? And so, yes, you won't be able to capture that full 80 as net profit, but the more inmates you have within that pod, the more efficient you are. So it may not be a 1-to-1 or close to that, but it's definitely going to be a lot more efficient as far as having 70 inmates versus 120. You're usually going to get a lot more of that revenue break.
And the other thing to add with the state inmates is we don't pay for any of their medical costs. The state of Utah pays for that. All of our county inmates, the county facilitates paying medical costs while they're incarcerated. So if a state inmate needs something medical wise, the county's not on the hook for that. The state of Utah is paying for that.
All right, I want to wrap this up in like 3 minutes, but I do see our jail commander Shan in the back. Do you have anything that you want to add to this conversation? Or you just listen?
If you guys have questions for Peter.
Okay, I just wanted to check. So I see I have Commissioner McCurdy, and then I saw Jason Taylor, Councilman Taylor in the audience too. So and Trish has her hand up. So we'll go that way.
I know we're not able to use it for debt servicing. Well, we can use it for debt servicing, but we can't use it to bond against. But there's also a fee that goes with the courthouse. There's also a fee that goes with we will need to there's not a fee that goes with it, but the courthouse pays us to rent.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so all those things go into it. I think I wouldn't get so much in the weeds right now, but just know if you kind of imagine that the county has the pot of money, right? We just have to specifically identify which ones would be used for the financing, but internally, you know, that those monies can be shifted around between your sales tax and your other revenues. Just bondholders, when they purchase or invest in bonds, they want to know that there's a secure source of revenue, like a 2216 that's associated with taxable sales and not necessarily associated with state contracts with inmates and so forth. So we're just looking for the avenue that's kind of a proven litmus test of what's going to get you the best bond rating to get you the lowest interest rates. And then, but internally, as revenues flow in, you have a lot of discretion how that's moved around. So as you're setting your budgets. Yeah.
Jason, do you want to come up and ask?
First of all, I want to say to City Manager Winder that he forgot the real anchor of Mill Creek Commons is Crown Burger. So
You know, that's actually true. When we did like a community outreach and we did kind of like SoundCloud image things, Crown Burger was just huge. And so despite all the changes, you got to keep some of these great old businesses around.
And I want to say that I've been to Mill Creek Commons and it's an incredible place. And so I wanted to see like if you guys could draw the correlation between Mill Creek Commons and this public safety facility, because to me, they're two very different things. You know, Mill Creek Commons is a place where people gather, where people hang out. You know, you guys they have winter festivals. They have everything that we would want in Moab to have, you know, within our city center. And so I'm just having a hard time drawing that correlation between this public safety building and why we're being kind of talked to about it with the Mill Creek, you know, with Mill Creek Commons stuff. So I'm wondering if someone can do that and show us.
I could take a shot at it. I mean, you know, I think one of the reasons, I think the biggest parallel isn't necessarily that we're trying to, sorry.
No, I didn't know. Go back up there.
Hey, Rob, maybe stand up here. So folks online.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the parallel we're trying to show here isn't that we're talking about the same exact sort of program. Really, I think what the most important portrayal here is those first two slides Mike showed you. If any of you remember what it used to look like north of 33rd and between Highland and 13th for the last as long as I can remember, until you got to like the Villa Theater, it was very industrial, and the transformation that's happened has been phenomenal. And there have been very purposeful choices made by Mill Creek City to do the things that they have done. But I think what we're trying to suggest is when you look at the property, it's what could it be? And each community has its own needs and its own desires. Mill Creek obviously is a fairly new city. And you know, I went to their old city hall and it was in that strip mall that's over on the kitty corner from where it is now. You know, they needed to create a new identity, new city center. But to Mike's credit and the rest of the Mill Creek City, they've been very steadfast and worked very hard. They made it look like easy, that it just kind of transformed overnight. It was a lot of work, and I admire Mike's energy. Mike's giving me a tour. Mike has way more energy than I do, which is good because the work they had to do to get where they got was very important. But I think what we're trying to show here is that the jail is a clear and very important need. And by adding in this other component of a parking structure with a retail element, what we're trying to do is that kind of the city facing or the town facing component takes on more of a public use and not only solves your public safety issue, but solves a real problem that happens here in Moab with the parking situation. But it also creates more opportunities for interaction, more economic growth. And, you know, we obviously gather, no one's going to go down to the jail for the Super Bowl party, you know. So they're really solving two different problems, but we saw an opportunity here with the configuration of the land and the size of the jail needs to be to meet needs of the sheriff, that maybe we could do both things here. And like I mentioned before too, they are from a funding and and Project Point View. They're two completely separate projects, but we like to think about things in their overall context rather than just on the site. So hopefully that answers your question.
You know, I'll chime in too, if I may, because this is a great question. If anything else, I hope sharing our example in Mill Creek gives you a license to think big and to dream big and to think what if. I also would hope it gives you a license to maybe add some creative touches and to be a little whimsical and have a little fun with it. St. George City toured our place and then later on ended up with their parking structure. They added some slippery slides in St. George coming down off their parking structure. And it's awesome. Why not? And so there's some unique, interesting things. I would say too, with that ground floor retail and your parking structure, you're going to have people who are working at your county center. You're going to have people visiting at your county center. People will be utilizing that retail if it's there. And so I think looking for ways to mix the uses that maybe normally wouldn't be mixed is very smart of you all to be thinking about. And that level of creativity that you're being presented today, I think does have some good analogs.
Thank you, Mike. Trish, you had your hand up, but you put it down. Are you good?
Yeah, I just maybe just 30 seconds. I just want to state that, Sheriff Wiggins has done a tremendous job with the jails. Commander Hackwell is just phenomenal in there. I've been there long enough to have gone through a couple jail commanders, and our corrections officers are just phenomenal. But I think to give them a facility where they are able to provide the services that they need to, while at the same time reducing liability is of utmost importance. And then gathering more state inmates is, I think, a great thing. It'll really bring in a lot of revenue that will help us run those facilities. So just my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Shock, did you have one last comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna, and thanks for pointing things out, Jason, but just to maybe touch back on that, and then I think Rob did a great job with that also, is we've been talking about a jail and needing new facilities, and since I was elected 6 years ago, also the sheriff's office is outgrown. That's the old library the sheriff's got half of, and we have facilities all over the county that are just kind of mishmash. So this is a great opportunity to kill a few birds with one stone and also transform the city block. This mostly county block is, if you go out and walk the streets, it's just kind of a mishmash of old buildings. The bus barn out there, it probably needs to be torn down. There's just a lot of different hodgepodge construction. And this is a great opportunity to kind of tie the whole thing together and give back something to Moab. I love the idea of some retail. We need commercials badly. We need parking badly. And also, Rob, you didn't give us the opportunity to ask you for a climbing wall on that. So maybe you can incorporate that on the next minute.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up this session so we can have a 2-minute break before our regular commission meeting. So thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. And we're gonna recess for 5 minutes and come back at 4:02 for our regular commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would like to call this regular commission meeting of the Grand County Commission to order at 4:12 on August 18th. And in attendance, we have Commissioner Dean online, Commissioner Martinez online, Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner McGann, Commissioner McCurdy, Commissioner Winfield, myself, Commissioner McCandless, our County Attorney Stephen Stocks, Administrator Mark Tyner, Chantel Lindsay as our Finance Director, and Associate Administrator Quinn Hall. And let's go ahead and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and with that, we will start. We have some department reports today. And Kate Finley from our Emergency Management Director is going to start us off. Yeah, Quinn's in the back.
You go.
Okay, well, she's put in a request already for her.
All right, you should be good.
Okay, good afternoon. There is a lot in this presentation, but in the interest of time, I'm going to be summarizing and then hitting highlights as much as possible. One focus area for emergency management this year has been writing and updating plans. So when I started, we had recently adopted our base emergency operation plan. That outlines statutory authority during emergencies and base operations. It doesn't go into detail for specific situations. So a lot of what you see here supplements that plan and gives specificity to various scenarios that we might see ourselves in. The exception is that final bullet point of the community wildfire preparedness plan, which was a required 5-year rewrite for the state. Once you have your plans, you have to conduct exercises to train on and validate those plans. So this year I wrote and facilitated a wildfire evacuation tabletop and a flood tabletop. I'm also working with the school district on a couple of different school security exercises. In addition, there were a number of exercises I participated in locally with other agencies, private partners, and our healthcare preparedness coalition. Another focus area for the year has been executing on various grant projects. So as you can see, it's a combination of infrastructure and equipment focused on response as well as community resilience. I've also been working on outreach. So this spring and summer, I've done a lot of fire and flood preparedness outreach in conjunction with the Fire Break campaign. I also recorded some monsoon season flood PSAs with the sheriff that are running on KZMU. If you've heard mine, I'm sorry. Sheriff did a much better job than I did. And then a couple of other projects that I just wanted to highlight. One is the flood warning system. So this is something that was requested by my predecessor through the Division of Emergency Management's Direct Technical Assistance Program. I've been working over the last year with a contractor to develop the flood warning dashboard that you can see on the screen. So just kind of developing and then refining that project as we've gone through monsoon season. I've been part of an interagency effort to develop site-specific signage at high flood risk trailheads around the county. And I've been working on an EOC handbook. So what you're looking at is out of our base emergency operations plan. This is what it would look like if we had to stand up an emergency operations center to support an incident. So if you look, there's an awful lot of positions on the screen. I've been working to write either a binder with job aids or just a clipboard checklist so that every person who comes into the EOC and has to slot into this position maybe isn't familiar with what it is that they're doing. They have something to hold on to as a starting place. And then I've been working with the GIS specialist here at the county to create a situational awareness tool within our existing ESRI subscription. Right now, it's facing first responders, right? It's helping us understand spatially what's going on during an emergency. But as we continue to build this out, we can also make it public facing so that if we have impacted areas, evacuation zones, road closures, it's a way that we can communicate that with the public as well. Looking ahead to next year, if I had to pick a few things to focus on here, I've been working with other agencies to revive our community emergency response team. This is a team of citizen volunteers who help in the areas that they're in until first responders are able to arrive. So sort of supplementing our first responder capability. Continuing to develop hazard specific plans and annexes. Working on ways to do disaster training for non-first responder staff. Because if it's a big enough incident, other people in the county are gonna have to slot into roles and help support that incident as well. So giving them tools and training to be able to better do that. And then that last bullet point, our hazard mitigation plan is required to be updated on a 5-year basis. That refresh is due in 2028. So I'll be working on it in 2027. The asterisk is there because we're waiting for guidance to come down from FEMA. You're probably aware there's been a lot of changes within that agency. So I know we're due for an update. What exactly that looks like is still kind of TBD at this point. That is what I have. If you have questions, I can answer them here or you're welcome to reach out to me.
Any questions for Kate? Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all your work.
All you do.
And you were so fast. In the interest of time, thank you. Okay, our next department report is Michael Saletta, for our Director of the Moab Office of Tourism. And he is going to be telling us about everything the Moab Office of Tourism has been doing.
We'll have 10 minutes. Fast. I'm Nick Saletta, the Director of the Moab Office of Tourism. And this is my department report. I'm going to go over some high-level updates, but the best way to keep in touch with us is by tuning into our board meetings, which are the second Tuesday of every month. We've also been doing regular workshops. A lot of the work we do takes longer than time we have for the board meeting. So we've scheduled those outside of board meetings and so kind of in depth into some of our projects. Team. I don't know why everything's lining up. So catch workshops, they are posted in the same way that board meetings are. And another way to keep in touch is our website, discovermoab.com, and our social handles at Discover. But today I am going to talk about our Campaign of the Year nomination, give a brand update, give an update on our co-op award, and looking ahead to next year. So starting, as I mentioned at the commission meeting last week, we were nominated for Campaign of the Year. This was given, or we were nominated by the U.S. Travel Association ESTO Awards. It's one of tourism industry's premier organization and its highest honor. The campaign that we submitted generated more than $10.5 million in economic impact, 30,000 plus additional hotel room nights, and a return on investment of $58 to $228. So the award ceremony is next week. We're up against 2 cities in New York State and 1 in Texas. Other finalists include New York City, Denver, and Austin, and other spending cities. This is recognition of work we did with Madden Media right when we engaged them. So the campaign runs from last summer to early this spring. And it's a really nice kind of a cherry on top after all that work, getting to know that. So I also want to give you a brand update. We've been working on a brand project for the better part of this year, started late last fall with Camp 4 and Tourist. This was a 3-phase project. The first phase was a research phase. Second was to develop assets, and others all into action. So phase 1 ended earlier this year, January 2026. Included material audit, competitive audit and landscape review, so looking at other DMOs. In-market research, so we talked with locals, we talked with visitors, and spent a lot of time hearing with them and what a trip to Moab was like, and then synthesizing all of that information to strategy and goals. So this is a link down here. This will be posted to the agenda item, and anyone interested can explore all of these texts are linked in their web page. We also presented the research and strategy findings in January 13th, and that's a link there to the YouTube page. So during phase 1, we talked to more than 95 people, spent a lot of time on the ground. Like I said, talking to both locals and to visitors. And then our materials audit was reviewing what we were inheriting in the office. When I started, my observation of the office was that we had every project looked different. And when you do that, I would like to say that you're talking to people or you're doing marketing activities in different languages. So getting these things to be consistent and look the same, you don't lose the narrative. Once you engage somebody, you can continue to engage them, and your efforts will be more successful. So that was a big motivation for this project. So on the ground, Camp 4 Tourist identified 3 big insights. The first is that time is Moab's under-leveraged growth lever. They kept hearing, and we'll get into this a little bit later in the presentation, that people felt that they didn't have enough time here. The second was that tourism trends and also just a visit to Moab is shifting from something that feels really transactional. You can imagine bucket lists, or I want to go only here, to something relational, that we had an opportunity to tell a broader story, that people wouldn't be just coming here to kind of work down a checklist. The second, or the third isn't a surprise that the landscape should be kind of the main character. So we entered into phase 2. I'll spend more time with this. Phase 2 is our identity and positioning. We started by identifying audiences. We have 5 audience types. From there, we created itineraries, kind of answered the question, what would a visitor do in Moab? And then we started to create brand positioning, messaging, narrative executions, visual identity, campaign concepts. And again, this was all presented just last week as we wrapped up phase 2, and the link to that workshop is there. So I just wanted to review quickly some of the outcomes of phase 2. And as I kind of indicated before, the strategic shift is from a place where you just visit to a place where you connect. And we started to explore what that opportunity was. Moving from quick hits to multi-day immersion, slowing down, staying longer. And the best way to get to know the place is with guided experience. Through that came brand standards and guidelines. We're already putting these things into work as we work with different creative partners. You know, our logo, our colors, the way we talk are all laid out in this directional. So one of those activities, and I really liked that this came out of this project, was, you know, what is the office doing almost holistically? I feel like we could start every meeting with this brand purpose. which we arrived at to say is to invite people into a lasting relationship with an extraordinary place through real adventure, earned understanding, and reverence in action. So Moab stays vital for the people who live here and for the people who arrive ready to experience it. Sorry. So who is the brand for? I think this is really important to keep in mind. And, creative assets are talking to prospective visitors. Of course, we want to reflect the community, but this is the target audiences. And then just to show you where we landed on some of the brand assets, we have a new logo. Two things I'd point out about our logo. We added Utah to the logo. I think people, as we say, we're from Moab, either someone knows exactly what you're talking about, or they ask you the follow-up question, where's that? And so to get more recognition that what state we're in, added that to the logo. An alternative version, business logo, about the Utah, inapplicable. We have new fonts, colors. And there's some other deliverables in phase 2 that are reviewed in that YouTube video. So we're currently in phase 3. And phase 3 is putting all of this into action. It includes messaging system. We started to develop ads, campaign toolkit. We're refreshing discovermoab.com, environmental integrations, and we will launch this all in the next few weeks here. So one of these deliverables is a campaign, an advertising campaign kind of rooted in brand insights. And as I sort of indicated before, one statistic that really stood out to us was that more than 90% of visitors we talked to during the phase 1 research said that they plan to return or wish they'd built in more time. So I don't think this is really a surprise to us that people show up and say, I had no idea this was here. I came for arches, but there's so much more to do. And we started to feel like we sort of miss out. If somebody's already come and they're already planning to leave, maybe they're here for a day or 2 days, but they're missing a longer trip. And anytime you have a research insight like this that's really meaty, 90% of people are saying this, you can really lean into it and try to get leverage out of it. We were presented with 3 campaign concepts, and we really started to go with this insight and arrived on the campaign tagline that you should have stayed longer. So our team started to mock up what a campaign could look like, different taglines, ad lobs. Says 1 arch down, 2,000 to go. Really trying to set the expectation of all there is to do here. 3 days felt like enough until it didn't. The truth is Moab's bigger and deeper than any trip you could have planned for. It's not a regret, but it's a reason to come and to come back. So Moab makes you realize you should have stayed longer. I'll just go through this quickly here, but we did a multi-day shoot. We did some in the winter. We also did a big shoot in the summer. And these are mock-ups of ad lobs, what print ads will look like. Colorado River's in no hurry, so why are you? You came for 2 trails. Moab has 300 more with your name on them. You didn't come all this way to go to bed early. Wish you were still here. So on. I've also linked a campaign toolkit, kind of what the ingredients of making an ad. So as I said, we're launching our brand September 8th, it's the day after Labor Day. We're going to have a series of workshops in the morning. Our regular scheduled MTAB meeting from 3 to 5. Then at 5 o'clock, we'll go over to the MIC and do a community open house. We kicked off this project with community open house. And we're inviting people to come out and talk to us about the new campaign, the new brand work, and everything we do at the Office of Tourism. I gotta keep going. I was going to show you guys this, but I don't.
We should have done that. Breakfast.
Very effective. So there, we'll see, we'll have other iterations of that, and we'll be rolling that out. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go through these other slides. Our UOT co-op award came in last Friday, and we had a great result. The state is investing $161,000 in our Show State Longer campaign. This is one of the top awards and higher than other top earning DMOs like Greater Zion, Park City, and Salt Lake City. So we're really excited to have this investment in this work. And then looking ahead, we have our campaign launch later that week on Friday. We're doing a Mud Springs event, grand opening and ribbon cutting. In the coming year, we'll be working with the Film Commission to promote film production and film tourism. And as I look at budget season, I'm looking at projects like data insights, global markets support, and we're already working on administration and operations. Data insights would be more data around who's coming, what's happening here, and global market support is to really encourage international visitation. Really looking at that late summer period where we have a lull and filling that with international visitors who travel during that period of time. To start that, I will be going to Brand USA Travel Week, talking to international tour operators the next month. So I went over. But thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
It was great. Thank you, Mick. It's all the work and awesome awards. Any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks for that film tourism plug right there. It was really nice going out to a set of the set of Obsidian, and I want the general public to know there was roughly 250 plus people out in the desert on a film set, and they're contributing right to our local economy. Most people didn't even know they were out there, but it was absolutely awesome to partake in that as I wear the hat. And I thank you guys for having me out, and you guys going out too to see to take part in that.
It was fun.
Bill?
Yeah, I think you and your team are doing a great job. I really appreciate the message is positive. I just appreciate that, what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, thanks, Mick.
Thank
That's great.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have our engineering department, our county engineer, Sean Yates. Gonna come up and present for us.
It's been suggested that in the interest of time, I just verbally present this, but then we can short my presentation, both with the agenda. There's been a lot of administrators as well as staff in surveying Grand County citizens and the tourists that visit our area here. I think Jacques said it the best when he said finding zoning is a lightning rod. And I think we're on the verge of really harnessing that energy in a good way to better serve both developers and contractors with new folks on board, with a new building inspector, as well as Andrew Jackson, who is leading the charge in priority number one. Commissioner Canlis, as the chair stated in the commission's priorities. The priority statement, as you know, was published July 1st. And as I was reading some of those priorities, those 10 priorities published by the chair, there's some words that just jumped off the page to me, and it was completing outstanding deliverables. I think deep in our heart of hearts, every staff member, every commissioner, every administrator, and I think every citizen in the county wants to see outstanding deliverables, maybe even be a part of that. Engineering touches two through 8 of those priorities, from strategic plan, strategy and plan for development areas, all the way down to aligning the organizational structures and resources to accomplish the goals. Engineering has a part of that. It's I feel like I'm kind of at a soccer game where I'm running down the field with the team and the ball gets passed over and I tap it over here and I try to direct something in a way that will help whoever the striker might be. Oftentimes it's the commissioners and those on committees to score the goal for the county. Commissioner Canlis put this together. I'm sure this was a joint effort with all of the commissioners, but the priority statement for fiscal year 2026 is as we continue our work to serve the residents of Grant County, maintaining clear alignment between our overarching long-range goals and daily operations is essential. And truly it is. I know that there's a wide variety of priorities depending on who you talk to on the commissioner, citizens in the county, but actually putting the rubber to the road on a daily basis and working towards those goals is how those will be achieved. I'm involved as county engineer in three main areas. One is the strategy and plan for development areas. And so as I assist Andrew Jackson, the business and Aceros in the planning and zoning efforts, I use such things as review development plans, work with developers like Mackel and making sure that they're taken care of. In fact, today I went out with a building inspector and inspected some rebar that was being placed for a retaining wall that the Royal Crossing was putting in to help further improve their drainage. Another thing I worked on this year, and this is something I know that's been near and dear to Commissioner Winfield's heart as well as a couple other commissioners here. It's the North Thompson replat. To date, we have 18 of the required 25 signatures for donor consent forms, which will allow us to adjust those property lines in North Thompson. So that means there's only 7 remaining signatures, and I believe we can get those secured here in the next couple of months. We may or may not take a public meeting. Also along those lines, ABC Thompson is owned by Sana, who's working to get that restaurant up and going out there in Thompson. And that'll be a very nice revitalization project for that area, as well as the 2 water lines that we would like to take out there, as well as at Crescent Junction. Another real hot topic, obviously, over the years has been flooding mitigation. We will be starting a flood mitigation project, Jackson Street Storm Drain Phase 2 project. We have a pre-construction meeting on August 24th, and we'll be starting construction sometime in September based on when UDOT issues their encroachment permit. Expect that to be completed by spring of 2027. Also included in this packet, I've sat on a few meetings, obviously, more oftentimes is the fly on the wall, but I know there's been a lot of work put into the UMTRA asset management between Commissioner McGann and Bill Winfield, as well as Mark Tyner. Also, we've been working on the Moab Town boat ramp. Quinn's been heading up that effort and been working with Maddie Lodowitz on preparing to apply for both federal and state grants. We've received a lot of good input from Commissioner Martinez with respect to grant strategy and things like that. That should be a pretty good project. As we move on down the permitting line, we do have a meeting later this week with the Corps of Engineers so that we can get our threatened and endangered species clearances taken care of in that area. Perhaps the bulk of the time of the engineers spent assisting in planning and zoning. And from coming on board about a year ago, my goal has always been to try to, my best possible way is to make it so that the people that lead planning and zoning office have a smile on their face and feel like they've had their concerns addressed, and that we've done all that we can to do to help them move down the process of getting a project approved. And along those lines, we've issued many development approvals, subdivisions, preliminary and final plat, site plans. One thing of note is we issued a permit for the Canyon Spirit, formerly the Rocky Mountain Third train that it's a tourist train that comes through here. It seemed to have been held up in litigation for quite some time. Let's see. Also, one of the things that we do get some complaints on is this night sky, dark sky initiative. I've included a photo in this packet that shows a development that was approved. The final's been completed and they're asking for a bond release. But we are getting some complaints from some light glare there, so I'm working with Brandon Black on addressing some of those glare complaints, and then working with the contractor and the developer to get their bond released. Yes, are there any questions you might have as far as progress of projects or anything?
The Spanish Valley multi-use pathway, we haven't had an update on that in just a little while, and I know last time we were talking about that, it was acquisitions. I was wondering where that might be.
Yeah, there's some property owners there that had some additional concerns with some retaining walls along the frontage of their property. As well as the individuals at the top of that.
Yeah.
That ties into Royal Crossing. Where Judy Larson, our right-of-way agent, is going back and forth on particulars. So we're just kind of waiting to settle on some numbers there. I think the feeling is that we don't want to offer too much more than we've already offered in the appraisals, but I anticipate, and in talking with David Riddle, that by the end of this year, we should be about negotiation portion of it up and have a set of plans that are ready for advertisement. Obviously, I know that there's a number of different funding competing interests in the county for a variety of different things that at some point, I think the commission will perhaps need to make some decisions on those areas, but you should be ready to rock and roll on that thing spring of 2027 as far as construction. I think if all the stars will.
Hope they do. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing in my priorities statement in there. I appreciate it. And tying in a lot does go into your office. You do a lot of things around the county. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, Mary has a question too.
Is there any way that we could have this put on into the packet so that the public can see it and we can refer back to it easier?
Yeah, I was gonna post it, but I think the closing time it closed, so Dan had recommended that I post this following the meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will have one more question.
Yeah, thanks for all you're doing. You're scattered all over the county and it's good to see. I mean, the stuff in Thompson Springs been a long time coming. I think I started on part of that when I first became a commissioner. So it's good to see that one moving along. And also the flood work, there's a lot of maybe even a lack of information out there, the amount of flood work that we are doing right now. And I just appreciate you highlighting that because we've got flood work going on all over the county right now.
Yeah, Cody in particular is doing day-to-day stuff out there and it's just all over the county. So maybe we can do a flood mitigation presentation that we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Sean.
Okay, and with that, we will move on to our general business action items, discussion, consideration of approval. But before we even move to our first agenda item today, I wanted to take a brief moment to reflect on why each one of us is in this room. We represent a vibrant community with diverse viewpoints, and it's entirely natural and even necessary that we won't always agree on every issue. We all have differing perspectives on how best to serve our residents. However, how we treat one another during these discussions dictates whether our community moves forward or stalls in division. Our primary duty as commissioners is not to win arguments or to score political points. It is to make decisions that serve the best interests of Brown County as a whole. So disagreement is a fundamental part of representative government. But personal attacks, interruptions, walkouts, and hostility undermine public trust, and distract from the work our constituents elected us to do. So moving forward, I expect the following standards of decorum for everyone in this chamber. For commissioners, I want you to focus on policy merits, not the personal motivations of the person speaking. Respect the floor and allow each commissioner to speak without interruption. And keep our shared goal at the forefront, which is finding practical solutions for Grant County. And for the citizens participating in public comment, I want you to address the commission as a whole, rather than directing remarks or personal criticisms at individual commissioners or staff. Keep your comments civil and constructive and focused on county business and agenda topics. And lastly, please respect time limits and the public space so that everyone who wishes to speak has equal opportunity to be heard without disruption or applause. So our community is watching, and let's serve our community with the respect it deserves. And with that, we will have our commission member disclosures and future considerations. Okay.
As always, wife works for the sheriff's department, and just to revisit future consideration, I would still like the website updated with taxation percentage charts and an approximate tax calculator. I know we talked about it last time, but I don't know where that fell, so just I want that on the website.
Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Yes, begin with, probably be having some budget, voting on budgeting, so I need to disclose that my son works at Sand Flats. And secondly, I want to express that, and I spoke to Attorney Stokes, our county attorney, that I have the right, when talking on a subject, if the subject matter I'm referring to is the agenda item, and a vote has been done, had previously been voted on, I still have the right to express that I would like to have the commissions reconsider their vote. I have the right to ask that. You don't, it's your choice, and you're the ones that would get to bring it up. I can't, but it's my right to express my concern. And I don't want to be called point of order again.
And Brian, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Two future considerations. One is I'd like to bring forward some water projects that Grand County Water and Sewer is going to be looking for some match funding on. And then there are a couple of planning grants. And then the second is I would like to bring forward again the updated motorized MOU so that we can get that that MOU re-signed and brought back in front of the commission.
That's being worked on. Go ahead, Bill.
And then we talked in our last budget meeting regarding there was a need to see a little bit more of our grants centralized. I think you were there, Chantel, but it'd be nice if all of our grants were somehow or other centralized on one document where we could look at them and see where the match money is coming from and possibly what the status of those grants are, where we're at in them, nearing completion or just beginning, that kind of a thing. And it's, and there's no time frame. I just think that that's great information when we're in those discussions.
Okay. Now moving on to our approval of consent agenda items. Total bills in the amount of $1,068,875.37. Total payroll $590,018.77. So the total bills and payroll is $1,658,894.14. B is ratification of the Film Commission sponsorship of Location Managers Guild International Awards. C, letter of support for USU's grant application for the Ending Wasted Food Award, Nourish Smart Families. Contract extension of the Burdick Playgrounds Osta Playground Project, and contract extension for Renner Sports Pickleball Project. F is ratification of the grant contract amendment for Springs Phase 1. G, grant application OHV trail coordinator position from 2027 to 2028. H is the recommended reappointment of Historic Preservation Commission members. I, secondary manufacturers as the opioid contingent fee application. J, letter of support for funding a request to the Department of Natural Resources for the Colorado River boat ramp. K, appointment of 2 vacancies on the Budget Advisory Board. And L is the revision of a job description and backfill request for the OSTA administrative assistant. Bill?
Motion to approve as stated.
Okay, Mike, second, all in favor? Brian? Oh, all right, without having,
on, sorry.
there it is. We couldn't see you. You raised your hand, Brian?
Yes, I did. Thanks.
7, that has a 7-0. Thank you. All right, so number 7 is postponed, but that was approval of outdoor recreation mitigation grant letter of acknowledgement. We just have a little bit more work to do on that. 8 is the resolution amending the 2026 budget. Chantel.
Good evening. A little different sitting up here. Administrator Tyner requested that I sit up here while the clerk auditor is out for a bit. I'm here tonight to present on the resolution to amend the 2026 Grand County budget. One of the largest areas of adjustment in this budget amendment is salaries and benefits. As you're aware, we began the year with a hiring freeze and still are in a hiring freeze. As a result, several vacant positions were not included in the opening budget. Throughout the year, as department heads brought requests to the commission to fill those vacant positions and those requests were approved, the corresponding salaries and benefits needed to be added to the budget. Therefore, a significant portion of the proposed budget amendments is related to positions that were approved during the year, but were not included in the original adopted budget. As we move closer to the final budget, there will be several additional line item adjustments that will need to be addressed. And we will bring those forward and make the necessary amendments at that time. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional clarification regarding any of the proposed amendments in the budget.
Thank you, Chantel. Go ahead, Bill.
I move to approve the resolution amending the 2026 Grand County budget.
Second by Mike. Any discussion? Go ahead, Jacques.
We've gone through this budget quite a bit. We've had a workshop and discussed various aspects of it in various meetings. There's a few big ticket items I don't approve of on the budget. I think you guys all know what I'm talking about. Same time, budgeting process is something that we all go through together. Previous to this commission, the commissioners voted against the budget presented by the entire commission, brought up opinions or grievances at the last minute. Even though I don't support things in this budget, I support the process and getting this done together. So I will, perhaps against my better judgment, vote to approve this budget. Thanks.
Thank you. I can't see Trish online if she is. Sorry. Gonna move by each other. Oh, there you go. Trish, go ahead.
Chantel, you might not be able to answer this question, and I should have asked this in an earlier workshop, but I noticed the comm admin had a fairly large line item of overtime added, and can you give me any specifics as to where that might have been coming from?
Yes, that is coming from one of the staff members, the economic development staff position.
And do you know what projects they're working on?
I don't, I'm sure that Mark can address that since she is in his department.
Yeah, Commissioner Adine, she is working on several different projects. One specifically is the shuttle at Current.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last little bit, Mark, like the last 3 words.
Yes, ma'am. She is primarily at Current. She is working on the shuttle system and implementing that at Current.
Okay.
And to clarify one other thing, Trish, this is a mid-year So this is as of 7/15. If I assume that we will, once again, for the next 6 months, need the exact same amount or possibly more on that line item for her job.
Bill had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't have a question, maybe question, isn't a big portion of her salary state funded?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then the other point is, I do know that we're looking at one position to add this commission meeting in the future. It's very clear that we need to add a position in that office to get her some help, which would reduce that over time, I'm sure.
Mike?
Not to sound like a sounding board here, but that speaks to her need for the second position. It also speaks to the need of Commissioner Herdine and myself reached out to her today to try to get a letter in reference to OSTA out. We're varied array of work with her. So she's all over the board.
Yeah, she was instrumental in the fixed skyway tax discussion that we had today, and in every one of those meetings, she's on the diversification, economic diversification. She's constantly working on projects that go with that. She's helped over the senior project. We worked on the senior needs assessment. She also helped me with the healthcare districts RFP, getting that out for the senior housing that we're looking at doing for the healthcare district. So there's a lot of projects that she's working on. So that would be it, but it is partially funded by the state of Utah. Any other questions? All right. Okay, we got Brian, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that, she also helped out with the Housing Task Force in getting the pipeline study done as well. And then at one of the workshops, I did ask Tess to go ahead and bring forward a reclassification for that position and a part-time staff. And I'd like to see if we can maybe add that on to one of the future agenda items.
Chris, go ahead. Hands up.
Okay, I won't get into too much of that, but anyways, I appreciate Jacques' comment. I appreciate the workshops that we've done on the budget. I am a big fan of workshops. You probably know that. At least we can have discussions and hopefully move through things in a logical manner. I will not be supporting this budget amendment due to, I think the big things for me was our lack of ability to provide COLAs for our employees, and understanding that a COLA is an increase in income to offset inflation. It is not at all a raise. And then lastly, the addition of $500,000 for the Moab to Arches shuttle that I think it should be understood that has had a tremendous amount of community pushback. So even though I appreciate the process, I will not be supporting this amended budget.
I will not be supporting the amended budget because of my concern, not only for the money that has been allocated to the shuttle. My concern is the need to have another staff member in the administrative office can be directly tied to the shuttle.
Okay, we're gonna call for a vote. Raise your hand up. Still, did you have another comment?
Oh, no, she can.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a first and a second on the action item number 8. All in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay. Oh, Trish, did you raise your hand or say it?
I'm opposed. I'm opposed.
Okay. All right, so that passes 5-2 with Commissioner Hedin and Commissioner McGann in opposition. And with that, we are going to move to the citizens to be heard. I did notice a few citizens came in after I spoke, and I did want to remind everyone in this chambers that we all have a decorum, and I did read it to the commissioners, but I'll remind the citizens participating in public comment Then we want you to address the commission as a whole. Keep your comments civil and constructive and focused, and then also please respect the time limits and public space. Thank you. And with that, we'll start our citizens to be heard. And who in the, come on up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Taylor, you'll be next. Sarah, come on up, sorry. Dude, I'm sorry, you're good.
Hi, my friends, how are you all doing?
And how are you?
Good.
Say your name.
Sarah Melnikoff, Moab Solutions. I'm here today to offer my wholehearted support for a full-time victim advocate for the county. Victims of crime are highly traumatized individuals. Having an advocate on scene is crucial to alleviate fear, and it sets up aid going forward. Navigating the long and complicated legal process through the courts is not meant to re-traumatize people. I think it sometimes can, but with a victim advocate, walking people through the whole process, it makes it a lot better. It's vitally important. We can't measure the absence of bad that good creates. I always look at the mentoring program and I think how many kids would be in trouble if they didn't have loving mentors helping them throughout time. So we can't measure it, and the same would be true for a victim advocate, but I'm out on the street all the time. I see the nitty-gritty and the dirt, and this is sorely needed. And I hope you guys will consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Taylor, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Johnston. I live in Grand County. I'm here tonight as a local business owner and a member of this community, and I want to make something very clear. I support the shuttle pilot, and I want to publicly thank Commissioner Brian Martinez, Bill Winfield, Melody McCandless, and Mike McCurdy for being willing to support it and give it a fair chance. Brian deserves recognition for his leadership in helping bring this pilot forward, and I also want to recognize Bill, Melody, and Mike for standing behind it. I know there's been tremendous criticism surrounding this project. Those of us who support what you're trying to accomplish need to speak up too. It's easy to criticize a new idea. It's harder to put one forward and ultimately be accountable for whether it succeeds or fails. I don't expect this pilot to be perfect. I expect it to be a pilot. I also want to briefly address the Arches reservation system. I did not agree with the conclusions presented about its impact. What we were being told did not match what I was seeing and hearing every day in my business. The complaints from tourists were huge. The later independent Gardner study estimated approximately 170,000 fewer Arches visitors per year under timed entry, roughly a 14% reduction. That's significant. We tried reservations, we learned from them. Now let's try something different. A shuttle isn't a radical new idea. Shuttle transportation at Arches has been studied for years, and similar systems operate in other national park communities. I also think people need to understand the funding. We're taking about approximately $3 million for season one, but Grand County isn't putting up $3 million. Approximately $1.5 million is federal funding, $1 million is state funding through UDOT, and Grand County's commitment is $500,000. So roughly 83% comes from federal and state sources. For that local investment, let's give the pilot a legitimate opportunity to show us whether it works. That's what a pilot program is for. Try it, measure the ridership, listen to tourists and businesses, look at the costs, fix what doesn't work, then decide based on actual results. I also want to address what happened at the August 4th meeting. I understand the commissioners who walked out had concerns about the process and the amount of time they had to review information. But when elected officials walk out during an important public issue, I believe the people who elected them deserve a clear explanation. If you disagree with the funding, tell us why. If you believe the process was wrong, tell us what should have been done differently. If you disagree with the shuttle, tell us that too, but stay engaged in conversation. We elected you to have a difficult discussion, especially when you disagree. We don't have to agree with every decision you make, but we should understand why you made it. And that's why I'm standing here tonight. The loudest voices do not necessarily represent the entire community. There are residents and business owners who support this pilot and appreciate what Brian Martinez, Bill Winfield, Melody McCandless, and Mike McCurdy are trying to accomplish, and I'm one of them. I support accountability. I support transparency with our public money, and I support giving the shuttle pilot a legitimate, fair opportunity to succeed. Let's try it. Let's measure it honestly. And then let's let results speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, no. Like I am. Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Diane Gordon. I'm a lifelong resident of Moab. I was actually born in Memorial Hospital. Several things, but they're pretty brief and Taylor covered most of them. First of all, I want to thank, I'm going to point him out, Bill, for working hard for that bike trail going down the river road. I know that it's an inconvenience right now, but I travel that road a lot. And I've watched bikers get this close to being hit and killed, and it's not right. We have a lot of people on bicycles right now, and they need to be protected. And thank you so much for that. I also want to say, I really appreciate the shuttle idea. I really do. I'm on a limited income. I'm old, I'm on a limited income, but I appreciate the shuttle idea. And I realize where the funding is coming from. And so we all need to be a little bit more open with where that funding is coming from instead of just assuming it's on the taxpayers' shoulders. You know, our budget for the first time in 4 years is a balanced budget, which includes the shuttle cost. That's the first time that's happened. That's because revenues have gone up 35% in our county since the time to entry system stopped. I'm going to also comment, I watched the last county council meeting. I substitute teach middle school and high school. I don't go figure, but I must have a problem, but I would never tolerate a child not being able to have an open discussion, having a temper tantrum and walking out without, let's talk this out. These kids are learning this now, and they're learning by your examples. And if your example is that you're going to show them that we're not going to have this talk, we're just going to walk out. That is not an example we want to leave for our kids. We just don't want to. That's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, come on up.
Hi, my name's Michael Wolf. I live in Moab and I've been having a hard time waking up lately because of all the horrible stuff going on in the world. And my wife tells me to be positive. So in the interest of being positive, I have some suggestions. A suggestion, I'm not a fan of the shuttle pilot as it's being implemented right now. I think you all know that. But so since the commissioners now have entered the world of managing recreation on federal lands like the Park Service, KLM, Forest Service, here's a suggestion. The budget for the Park Service has been dramatically cut. They've lost 25% of their employees. They don't even have anyone that can answer the phone when you call the Southeast route, right? So I don't know if the county's already done this, but I would suggest that the county write a letter to our Utah representatives, Mr. Lee, Mr. Curtis, and Kennedy, and tell them to bring that funding back for these agencies, because now that you are partners and you're working on this management, this proposed shuttle, I think you can see how funding is really important. So that's my one suggestion in being positive. I support fully funding Kylie Hofstetter as a victim advocate. I think that's a no-brainer. There's a great need for it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, Aaron.
Hello, everybody. Aaron Lindbergh. You know, I was watching with the Planning Commission, you know, we passed several recommendations for upzones, and then you guys voted them down. So I met with several residents in that area, the Blue Vista area and the Zimmerlin Lane, and I walked around, put some boots on the ground, and really just kind of got the vibe from out there. And then I saw that you guys did fund a $20,000 study for out there. And one of the things I think, you know, Andrew brings this up at several of our commission meetings, is the question, is the county, is it a rural county or is it an urban county? And what I really see the story going on out there is like we now have in these kind of further ends of Spanish Valley, they were rural zones, but now they're neighborhoods and they're getting these, and they're being used as such. Like I do a lot of work out there and I see, there's a lot of residents out there. And a lot of our professional classes and stuff are living out there and they have families and stuff. And these areas are being used as neighborhoods. Like if you're basically what I'm getting as like, I don't know where you guys are at with that study, but I'm like, oh, the kids on bikes, this trail mix need to like have a little pocket park and not just like rural lots that are, kind of big distances. It's like, oh, they're kind of more dense than our neighborhood in Mountain View. And we have little tiny parks and stuff. So that character is changing. And I hope that study really helps with our development of that area because, residents were saying, oh, kids are playing on bikes and the average speed of traffic going through here, it's posted at 15 and they're going, over 30 to 40 miles per hour. So this is kind of, I think, a growing pain of our county on these questions. And, whenever you float ideas like, well, maybe you should annex into the city, that's just a no-go because of the city tax ideas and stuff. So it's like people are kind of demanding or asking for kind of city level services in these counties. And so, where's Grand County direction going? So thank you.
Thank you. Rory, and then we'll go to you.
I had to write some stuff down because I've got a lot to talk about, but I'm going to do it really as quick as I can. But good evening. My name is Rory Paxman, a resident of Grant County. Trying to keep it brief here. First off, thank you, Mel, Bill, Mike, Mary, Brian, Jock, and Trish. I appreciate all your hard work. I know how difficult it is. I'm speaking on item number 13. The victim advocate position. This is something I strongly support. This victim advocate position serves as and provides support for most vulnerable members of our community. Sorry, it's just really touches me because I was on the board when we first put this position in, and I just hate to see it go away because I just know how good it is for our community. So please find the money to support this. Second is, I'm glad to see that you're bringing back the Burgos rezone. I'm glad to see it back on the consideration. There are concerns from locals that should be taken in account. I also believe the cost, like traffic studies, should be this responsibility of that should be from the construction or the person putting in the subdivision. It shouldn't be put on the burden of the taxpayers. So there's $20,000 right there that you can pull from the victim's advocate. Also on the early agenda or the other meeting that you guys had earlier today, I really wanted to talk, but you guys didn't have enough time. But I want you guys to know I support the sheriffs. I support the jail. There's a few things that I have of concern. One was nobody mentioned, what are we doing with this building? Are we going to have money to revamp this one if we keep this one? Because there's a couple different options there on the plate. So I just want you guys to look at that for the future. Make sure you guys keep that in your minds. I just appreciate you. Thanks for the time.
All right, come on up.
My name is Gary McDaniel, Grant County resident. I'm really bad at speaking in public. Something I wasn't planning on talking about, but overhearing the discussion about overtime with the employee that's dealing with the new shuttle program and working on that. Sounds like there's already budget mission creep for the shuttle. If the county's looking at hiring an additional person, it was deflected by a few of the council people that it was state funded or largely state funded. We still live in Utah. We still pay taxes in Utah. That is still coming out of our pockets. It's not exclusively Grand County. by the state broadly, and we all contribute to that. So I feel like that's a fairly disingenuous deflection. Oh, my old man glasses real quick.
On your head, on your head.
There, yeah, we all do it. I'm new to reading glasses, sorry. The Camp 4 tourism stuff. If people want to come here, stay, great. Hopefully they're doing some hotels and camping and not nightly rentals and displacing locals. I've seen so many of my friends and so many people not be able to buy houses locally because of real estate prices exploding, given the market's probably stagnant right now. But you know, I make good money, my partner makes good money. We can't afford to buy a house. And it's frankly ridiculous that people from out of state, out of town can make a mint on properties they buy that cater to tourists exclusively. It's just not fair. I've got a lift here, so I apologize. I'm also the guy that speaks to council people when I see him out and about. I saw Jock, sorry, at the trail this morning and talked to him for a few seconds. I'm at the hardware store far too many times a day. And I was speaking to a council person recently about the dead horse that is Arches timed entry. And that council person told me that timed entry was not canceled due to county pressure. And that is frankly incredibly disingenuous. That council person told me that was a fully DOI decision, but it seems to be that we had plenty of council people that went to the DOI, went to National Park Service meetings, Brian Martinez, you know, especially, and pressured the DOI for that. So saying that the county had nothing to do with it is just frankly ridiculous. Spoke to another council person, actually it's the same council person, about the vote getting pushed through last week. And that council person was not able to own their decision. They deflected it and put the decision on our county attorney, Stephen Stocks. Where I'm going with this is that if you make a decision as a council person and you vote on those decisions, you need to own them. You can't back down or deflect it when you're in the public eye. You know, we all elected you. And frankly, you answer to us, and we have the power to get you out of office. And I'm looking so forward to getting so many of you out of office currently. May I pay a council person a compliment?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to congratulate Brian Martinez on his new appointment to the Colorado River Authority Board, because after his firing from NAVTAC under allegedly nefarious circumstances.
Yep, you
We
can.
weren't sure he was going to land on his feet,
Positive
but he has.
and then
Oh.
negative.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? Allison, come on up.
Allison Mathis, resident of Moab. I came here prepared to talk about the decorum. I had printed out section G, number, 5, ready to read. I wasn't here when Ms. McCandless said that she read things earlier, and I'm glad that she did. However, I watched very carefully the last meeting, and the people with decorum problems was not the entire commission. And a previous woman mentioned that she'd been a teacher. Well, I was in classrooms for many years, both at the front and as a student, and also I'm a member of society. And that means if you're an adult, that if there's a group, you don't say, oh, the group is having a problem, when it might be 1 or 2 people. And last meeting, it was 1 or 2 people. Also, you just allowed a gentleman to make a compliment, but not describe something negative. That doesn't seem right. Our First Amendment rights are for free speech and to address the government for redress of grievances. So does that mean we can only compliment commissioners? How wrong is that? How frankly un-American is that? And yeah, you can hear my voice because I'm very upset about this. So I have quotes from last commission meeting, and this is Mr. Winfield talking at approximately on the timestamp of 3/28/03. Mr. Winfield said, you know, I'm always amazed at the level of professionalism by other commissions on this board and by the hypocrisy that goes on in this room. How does that meet your standard of decorum? And, talk about hypocrisy. Mr. Winfield likes to say that other commissioners have problems in their behavior, this level of professionalism. On 5/19, Commissioner Hedin said, I'm gonna ask Brian a question, on and on. And then she says, let me find it. The narrative like this, where this was hatched, been working on Mr. Winfield basically attacked Commissioner Hedin based on using the word hatch. Hatch is a pretty common word. It doesn't have negative connotations the way Mr. Winfield. And if that's the best that Mr. Winfield has about Commissioner Hedin's behavior, it's a mountain out of a molehill. Also, he states that on 3/28/53, we have citizens coming here that have been, quote, misinformed by commissioners about this commission. What's the evidence for this misinformation? He is making an accusation and not supporting it with anything else. Also, last meeting, you, Ms. McCandless, made a pretty serious accusation about fraud, and you just said, oh, I'm just throwing this out there, which is exactly, it's a rhetorical trick that someone wants to do to make plausible deniability. So you charge your fellow commissioners and other county level officials with fraud. How does that fit with decorum?
Oh, thank you for your civil, constructive, and focused comments, Allison. Anyone else in the audience like to speak? Come on up, Pete.
My name is Pete Gross. That's a tough act to follow. So I have a lot of questions, which I know you can't answer, so consider them rhetorical. First of all, citizens to be heard. Why did we limit it to just 5 o'clock, an approximate time, when before it was 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock? You'd think you'd want to make it easier for citizens to provide you feedback rather than more challenging and less definitive. Regarding the Burr rezone, again, did we get it wrong the last time? Did the original developers of the Grand County zoning map get it wrong? More importantly, perhaps, do we even have enough water for all the development in the pipeline? As you know, even the County Planning Commission has presented this information that we have some water conservation acts, and they're also thinking about, oh, we can just stick a straw into the Colorado River, which is not exactly a good idea, since we don't even have the water right. If we have the water rights, they're very junior to just about every other user. Oh, and regarding the Burr rezone, are the property owners in adjacent property, do they have an expectation of having the zoning that they bought into, or now they might be faced with the new zoning? Okay, probably the thing I want to echo, actually, I'd like to echo what Rory Paxman mentioned. Kylie Hofstetter is seeking full funding for a victim advocate. She comes highly recommended by people that I know and respect. I view it as an investment, not an expense. If you were a private investor, you'd look at this, wow, this is a really high rate of return. Okay, one last comment. Maybe a little choked up. My oldest sister left her second husband after she got her nose broken. She would have benefited greatly from a victim advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Dabney, and I'm a resident of Grand County. And I would like to highlight the importance of the victim advocate position and the critical role it serves in our community. A victim advocate helps ensure that impacted individuals understand the criminal justice process while providing guidance and support as they navigate an incredibly difficult and delicate time in their lives. Having this as a full-time position within the county attorney's office helps ensure these individuals receive timely information, updates, and support throughout their case. With an increased budget and adequate resources, the victim advocate would also have greater ability to respond on scene when appropriate and provide timely follow-up and offer continued support as individuals move through the process. Investing in this position is ultimately an investment in ensuring that impacted people in our community feel informed, supported, and connected to the resources they need during some of the most challenging moments of their lives. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh,
I'm Susie Johnston and I live here in the county. Grew up here. I don't know if that makes any difference, but just so you know. You guys get attacked a lot and I don't think you deserve it. I just wanted to thank you for some of the things that you've done for businesses here and maybe get it on the record somehow. Gotta get my glasses. I'm really very excited that you balance the budget without increasing property taxes. Really excited. Because when you increase property taxes, businesses bear the burden the most, and it makes it so they can't hire people, they can't give people raises, and they can't expand anyway. And I absolutely love the Moab area affordable housing plan. It's awesome. Especially after all the years that people ran for office on providing housing and nothing ever happened for years. And the problem is, of course, that businesses can't do their business if they can't employ employees because employees can't find housing. So now the Moab area affordable housing plan helps to change zoning and impact excessive fees so that low income housing is finally getting built in Moab and you can see it. So thank you guys for that. That's awesome. The pilot show for Arches is an effort to make the visitor experience more enjoyable, which can keep people coming to Moab. Since tourism is basically our only industry, anything you can do to help tourism helps our town. $50 per resident, which is what the county's paying for the shuttle, doesn't seem so much if you consider it an investment in our economy, which of course it is. This isn't the first shuttle to be tried in a park, and it sounds like Arches is in favor of a shuttle system. Sometimes it takes trial and error to find out what works, and that's why we have pilot programs. It works in other places, so it's worth trying here, and I thank you guys for all we do for our community.
anyone else?
You do two.
We can't do two, sorry. You can email us though, and you can always email us at commission@grandcounty.utah.gov.
Okay.
And you can also, yeah, anytime you have questions that you actually want a response from, you can email us there because we can't speak back to you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in the audience? We don't have anybody online, so we're gonna go ahead and move along. All right, we're gonna move along to number 9, which is the ordinance amending the 2026 consolidated Grand County fee schedule. With good?
Oh, goodness, am I doing this one?
It has your name on
Oh,
it.
goodness.
Sorry, I don't have it printed out, but there were changes to the clerk's office budget where we've added in grammar requests in compliance with state statute as amended. The recorders, what did I say? Don't take.
Yeah.
And a couple of OSTA fees got changed and the recorder's office changed some fees. It's very minimal. And they're in red in the packet. Any questions?
Any questions, Mike?
Statement, I was the renter of the dump tank, thank you. I'd love to pay for that. 2. I'd like to make the motion. I move to approve the ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 728 with updated Grand County consolidated fee schedule.
I'll second.
Okay, so Mike and then Bill has had a second. Any more discussion or questions? No, seeing none, call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 6 with 1 absent. Commissioner Haller. All right, well, moving on to number 10, consideration of an emergency purchase.
Chair, I'm sorry. There were a couple of other changes in the fee schedule. One was the admin fees. Also the special service districts.
It's all read in that packet.
Yes,
And I
yes.
think everyone's had that information. so
Okay.
Okay, still pretty good.
It's, yeah, thank you.
It's not in the packet. Those
Oh, those are not in the packet. Right. We'll add them in the packet, or will we have to do those later? Once our attorneys have heartburn here.
Just did those later.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, I'm still gonna do those later. So they were not included in the packet. We're not going to include them. We can vote on them at a different time. And they'll have to be at public hearing as well on those. So, okay, because yeah, they weren't included in public hearing either. All right, we're moving on to number 10, which is the consideration of the emergency purchase of Civic Plus Media to live stream county meetings. And this is, well, it's the administrative office. It can be you or Mark.
Well, all right, go ahead, Mark.
We talk about it.
I get. One of that.
Okay.
So due to some unfortunate circumstances, we had our YouTube account briefly suspended. We've taken some pretty big steps to ensure that that doesn't happen again. Obviously, our YouTube channel is back. We're on YouTube right now. There is an option. So if you guys remember, we had Civic Plus, Civic, I can't remember what the original agenda packet was, when the agenda was just all in a PDF form. In 22, we adopted the Civic Clerk software add-on that enables us to put the agenda online with all the links that you click and see all the packet information that is not generated manually. Thank you very much for approving that expense and the ongoing expenditure of that. It dramatically decreases the packet generation workload. We did at that time look into a module called Civic Media that allows us to stream the commission meetings in addition not only to YouTube, but to our Grand County website as well, because Civic Media is an add-on to Civic Plus, which is who provides our website. This solves a couple of problems, but the big one that it solves is that if we ever have any problem or troubles backing up our videos, we are on contract with Civic Media to host and store those videos. And we've confirmed in a walkthrough demonstration last week that there is no limit on the amount of videos that we can store or the amount of minutes that can be streamed. And we are not at the whim of a corporation with whom we have no contract, which is what YouTube is. So this is $5,500 per year plus $850 setup fee. It would be about 4 weeks to implement. Once implemented, you'd be able to click on the agenda and actually stream the meeting from the actual agenda page itself that will appear in a small corner. There's a few different ways we can implement that. And I do think our intention right now is to keep the YouTube channel as well, but this allows us a backup in case the YouTube channel does go away. And I can answer most questions on it, I think. Nobody has any.
Mike.
Twofold part here. I'd move to approve the emergency purchase of Civic Plus Media module to live stream county meetings on the Grand County website. And if I get a second.
I'll second by Bill.
Comment with that too. I heard when YouTube went down, or we got taken off YouTube, quite literally to my phone from several of our constituents. So this is a no-brainer.
And I will say that we've discussed this in our monthly leadership meetings, and Dana and I have come up with a few different protocols. We're going to try and encourage everyone to more strictly adhere to our Zoom meeting protocols. Obviously, this is something we take very seriously. Most of you are aware of the importance of that. We don't want that to happen. Obviously, so we're trying our best.
No.
I agree in the name of transparency, keeping everything in-house and just making all of this, all these important meetings available to our constituents. This is an easy one. And I will say that it took us a solid week to get an actual response. And thanks to Matt for getting that done. He reached out to some of his contacts at YouTube or at Google and then subsequently YouTube to actually get that resolved. I was reach a real person. So our Civic costs keep going up, but I do think this solves the problem that we have.
It'd be easier for constituents. I struggle to find things on YouTube that are older, so I think that'd be nice.
Yeah, this will link the individual video to the agenda.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that way.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, numbers 11 is the consideration of $2,500 in matching support for the Promise Baby and New Early Childhood Program. And Commissioner Martinez, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and introduce it real quick. So Our village is piloting a Promise Baby and You. It's a free 9-week workshop series for parents of children ages 0 to 3. It's been developed through Promise Partnership in Utah, and it will be starting here in Grand County this fall. So while the parents receive the training, their children are provided meals, on-site childcare, and every family that completes the course receives a seated $500 My 529 college savings account for their child. The requested $2,500 funds the art supplies and learning supplies for the children's program to run along each session. I just wanted to make sure, thanks for letting me present that. I just wanted to let the community know that this program was going to be coming available this fall.
And I wanted to comment a little bit more on this program because my priority number 6 in the chair's priority statement is economic mobility, and Promise Partnership and Utah's Promise Organization, the 211 of Utah, they focus specifically on cradle to career education. So removing barriers and improving access to basic needs through data-driven community partnerships. They have other programs as well. So this is the first is that baby program. They also have a Promise Student Advocates, where students are working with other students on a peer level, CTE pathways, and community information exchange. So there's other pieces of this program that we're hoping to bring into our community as well. And I think this is a really great partnership. And I really appreciate Brian and Bill and Melissa on all their work on this project. All right.
What account are we?
Yeah.
Oh, account are we paying this out of?
I think it says commission discretionary, doesn't it?
And it also says general fund /
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're correct.
How much do we have in our discretionary?
So we have a printout in front of us.
The discretionary balance is $8,395.15.
And if you wish to take the Civic Plus out of that, you have about 2,800 left. That you could take this 2,500 out of if you would like.
But there's some of it that's already been allotted to information as well. Right, that amount is what's left in that account, but not what's been spent. So we have some that's been allocated as well. Did we vote to take the Civic Plus out of there?
Yes.
No, so Civic Plus, we'll figure out what you're getting paid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I recommend a $2,500 grant match for the Our Baby and You program from the commission discretionary account.
Second by Mike. Any more discussion?
I have a question, Mel.
Okay.
Brian, is this just a one-time expenditure? It's not going to be yearly. It's just a grant match.
I'm not sure if it is a pilot program, so we'll have to see how it works and if it's going to be successful. I'm sure that we'll see it again next year.
Okay, and then that being said, I think it was one of you brought forth this idea of like, if we're going to have, and maybe I'm just making this up, but I feel like we've had the discussion of these entities that we are supporting, that we wanted to kind of formalize that process. And I'm not talking about tonight. I'm fine with this one if it's just a one-time match. But if we are going to, put these people on basically as a line item of our budget, that we're going to have a formal process, like here's who we're supporting and why. So I'm just kind of bringing that up. I'm supportive of this. The other thing I want to state is I appreciate that somebody, I can't remember, talked about the discretionary fund. I just want to kind of make sure that we don't over extend that budget. So it's great to know that that's within budget. Thank you.
If you want to comment, I think the discretionary fund is done. I mean, I don't know that we can fund anything else out of it by looking at the numbers. So
Chairman Canlis, if I may.
yeah,
It's likely that the civic media will come. Well,
yeah. So don't plan on funding anything else out of the discretionary there's none left. All right, so we had a first and a second. Any other discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes 7-0. And our next one, thank you for being so patient in the audience, as we have Amanda and Elizabeth from Four Corners Behavioral Health. And we're doing the proclamation of the September 2026 Suicide Prevention Month. And last year you wanted one of us to read it out loud and we could do that again.
I would love so much if it could be read out loud. I know that it's wordy. I'm a wordy person, but it does just open the door for conversation and opportunity to be connections within the community when they hear the language that's behind the proclamation. So I would be honored if you could read it out loud before we talk about it more.
Happy to read it unless someone else wanted to. Jacques, okay, go ahead.
So this is the whereas, right? Suicide Prevention
Yes.
Awareness Month proclamation, okay? A proclamation by the County Commissioners of Grand County, Utah, proclaiming September 2026 to be Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. Whereas the state of Utah has consistently been in the top states for suicide deaths since 2012, currently 11th in the nation versus 2025 reporting of 7th. And whereas Carbon, Emery, and Grand counties often lead the state of Utah in suicide deaths per capita. And whereas people who lose their loved ones to suicide are at a 30% higher risk of ending their lives by suicide as a learned coping mechanism and learned behavior. And whereas the risk of suicide can be reduced through awareness, proper evidence-based training, including messaging, educational resources, and treatment. And whereas, according to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention statistics, suicide is the first leading cause of death among Utahns aged 15 to 24, and it was second in 2025. The second leading cause of death among ages 25 to 34, no change. Second for ages 35 to 44, no change. Fourth for ages 45 to 54, no change. Sixth for ages 55 to 64, which has the highest rate of suicide. Fourth in 2025, and seventh for ages 65 and older, which was 18th in 2025. And whereas suicide has ripple effects that affect everyone, suicide is everyone's business. Talking about suicide does not plant the idea of self-harm. And suicide is one of the most preventable deaths that can be eradicated by 1, learning the warning signs of depression and suicidal ideation. 2, knowing how and when to ask about one's suicidal thoughts. 3, being aware of self-saving measures such as safe storage of firearms and medications. And 4, familiarizing ourselves with the resources available locally, such as Four Corners Community Behavioral Health, statewide, such as Live On Utah, and nationwide, such as calling or texting 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Now, therefore, we, Grand County Commissioners, Hadler, Hadeen, Martinez, Chair McCandless, McCurdy, McGann, and Vice Chair Winfield on this 18th day of August 2026 do hereby proclaim September 26 to be Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month in the County of Grand and encourage all residents of Grand County to recognize how serious suicide is and the steps each of us can take to protect those around us from this preventable tragedy, one with devastating generational and community-wide effects. Thank you all for your work on this.
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't mean to take it. This hits us all. It's hard to keep a straight face up here making this motion, as it's touched my family, a little too much. In that, I move to proclaim September 2026 to be Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. Second.
Okay, and Joe seconds. All right, any other discussion?
I would just like to invite all of you to a couple of events that we have happening in Grand County to commemorate September Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. They were included in the packet that I sent to Dana, but the first one is on World Suicide Prevention Day, which happens every year on September 10th. This year it will be held at Swanee Park. Beth will be facilitating that, and it's an opportunity, a free opportunity for community members who have lost a loved one to suicide to gather with other lost survivors in the community and create a community within a community of support and love and hope. We offer battery operated candles, and at 8 o'clock worldwide in respective time zones, a candle is lit in honor of our loved ones, because although they may not be walking beside us physically here on earth, their light never dims as long as we remember them and give their legacy a name. The second event is happening on the last Saturday of September, September 26th. Again, it's at Grand County High School. We are doing the second annual walk for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It too is a free event, and everybody is encouraged to register by going to afsp.org/Moab. And again, it's another opportunity to bring our community together, whether you are a loss survivor, somebody who has survived a suicide attempt, or are supporting a loved one who is currently in a mental health crisis, to come together, learn resources, hear from amazing, inspirational speakers, and do a walk that just commemorates the love and the again, the legacy of the loved ones that we have lost to suicide. There are a lot of things that Four Corners Community for Behavioral Health are doing by way of helping our community here in Moab and beyond for suicide prevention. I'm doing all the talking. Beth is so used to this. Beth, I don't know if you know, is a new member of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Board, Utah Board, which is huge for Grand County because that means that there are nationwide resources being streamed in our community where the funding for suicide prevention is so little. So with that partnership with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we are able to offer educational resources. We are able to offer free suicide prevention trainings. And because of the grant money that we have through Four Corners Community Behavioral Health, those means restrictions that are noted in the proclamation are free for our community. So we have gun locks, we have gun safes, we have biometric handgun safes coming to a neighborhood near you soon as I can get them labeled. And also we have medication boxes and bags. And so if anybody in the community is worried about a loved one, please do not hesitate to reach out to Four Corners or calling, texting, chatting online with 988. That will get you in touch with our local mobile crisis outreach team, and we will get those means safety right into your hands. We will meet you in the ground to deliver those. So thank you so much for your time this evening. I told you I'm worthy. You know this, sir.
What, would you repeat that number?
988.
I thought that's what you said.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Can you please forward the event information? I'd love to help get the word out for you.
Excellent.
Just commission.
Okay. Yep. I believe it was a part of the original proclamation, but I'm more than happy to send it out again.
Okay.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I'm Amanda. She's the expert, so I just defer to her. But
and we didn't
have questions. Feel free to contact me.
Okay. I guess I should let you finish doing your part. It's fine.
Elizabeth, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I was just saying, Amanda is our suicide prevention liaison. She is the expert. So I defer to her, but I'm happy to field any questions. You can reach out to me at any time. Just, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So we have a first and a second for this proclamation. So all in favor?
Aye.
And that passes 7-0. Not that we had any worries that it was going to finish her.
I had somebody ask the other night, what if they said no? And I said, well, then I'm going to catch some charges. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Hope to
ladies.
see you guys at these events. And
Yes.
Hey. Moving on to number 13, which is the consideration of reclassification of the Grand County Attorney's Office Victim Advocate. I don't even know what the acronym is for that. So, all right, let's see what's up.
Just by way of background information, currently this position is with the County Attorney's Office in a part-time capacity role. This item is being raised back for a full-time consideration. Full-time would allow for the victim advocate to be able to provide additional resources beyond what she is able to currently provide. I know the commission has had questions about funding this. I have indicated to the commission that it's my goal to look for and find additional funding. In the event that this is approved, we will continue to search for funding. During this meeting tonight, at one point I slipped out to join on to a meeting with the state who is applying for a grant in this area. And one of the things that they indicated that they would be able to provide if the grant is accepted, $13,900 annually for 3 years for prosecution services in the implementation of strangulation training in Odara. Those are some grant opportunities. Grand County is being highlighted by the state as a new kind of pilot program for domestic violence across the state. They have hired Ms. McCourt, who is one position throughout the entire state that's focusing on domestic violence, and that is being done with Vernal's Justice Court and Grand County's Justice Court. And so Judge Welsh O'Donnell is also on that panel. We're working to kind of do a better response to domestic violence in smaller communities, like our resort community. As well, we've been working on additional funding through other means. As I've mentioned frequently, we participated in the ICCR, which is the Institute of Community Coordinated Response to Domestic Violence. My office is dedicated to providing as much resources as we can. We brought this position on originally as a part-time position, and position is very successful, but we need additional time, and we have too much need. We need to have bigger cases that come through, and so it's our request to bring this classification for the commission for consideration and approval this evening.
Okay, Bill?
I'd like to make the motion and then possibly some comment if we get second, but I move to approve the reclassification of the part-time Grand County Attorney's Office Victim Advocate position to a full-time benefited position effective 8/31/2026 with participation from both the County Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office in the use of this position.
Okay, any more discussion? Oh, you wanted to comment again, Bill?
I think it's critical that we make sure that both of those departments have access to this position. I mean, there's we can't even speak sometimes to the amount of tragedies that happen, and sometimes they're people that Stephen's office has to deal with, and others that are accidents or whatever out in the public, as we just had on the highway the other night. So it's critical that we do fund this, and it's critical that we work together with those two departments, was what my whole goal was.
Do you have a comment to bit off?
Yeah, no, I think it's a tight budgeting season, obviously, and we need to look at all these reclassifications and upgrades, I guess you could say, carefully, but this is definitely one that, in my opinion, is necessary, and definitely appreciate everything that the victim's advocate has been doing and giving her the opportunity to work full-time makes a ton of sense. I'm in favor of this.
Okay, Trish has her hand up.
Thank you. I want to make it clear to citizens that spoke, it seems like some of them weren't understanding that we do have a victims advocate. So I want to make sure that they understand that we do currently have a part-time victims advocate. This is extremely hard for me, but I am not going to vote for this. And the reason being is I do not want to stray. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I think I have repeatedly, maybe even hundreds of times, stated how concerned I am about the budget. And yet, even in today's meeting, we had a commissioner talk about adding another part-time position. I've heard multiple commissioners talking about bloated budgets, using that term, talking about continuing to grow budgets, using that term. And so that being said, it's really difficult when we have these one at a time asks that are like, this is a really difficult ask for me. A lot of us talk about having personal experiences. I lived a lot of my life with these types of experiences. So this is very difficult for me, and I know the need in our community, but at the same time, and I believe this, and I talked to Tess and Quinn about this the other day, I think we need to have a holistic look at our staffing and the needs. And that being said, let admin and HR go through those needs and prioritize them. And hopefully that'll flesh out. And I'm not at all talking specifically about Stephen and this ask today. I'm just talking in general. I hope that in the next year, we can have that holistic view of these are our budgeting resources and what are our greatest needs and where do we want them to go. And I think this is a huge need. And I think it far overcomes a lot of the things that we've spent money on just randomly, and huge sums of money. I won't get into that, but I'm going to kind of continue my path of stating we can't keep growing the budget. And I say it, and I actually mean it, and I vote like that. Other people say it, and they don't actually follow through. So That's where I'm at.
Oh, you have another comment? Oh, wait, Mike's gonna go before.
Mike.
Yeah.
Easily sitting in the room here tonight, we have some very opposing views on our local politics. Everyone spoke highly for this. It didn't matter your political background. It matters that this affects people. And obviously she's helping our community. I mean, it was spoken for tonight by by all of our constituents from all teams. And it makes the choice to support this pretty easy.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick when we're looking at this, there are certain services that we have to provide for our citizenry. And this is one of those services. Previously, I know that we were using the City of Moab's Victim Advocate in previous years. And so moving this over to Grand County, I think that there was some questions on was this going to be a part-time position? And it's sad that the need is there for this to be a full-time position, but I completely support it.
Bill?
Yeah, and I think all of us as commissioners have the opportunity to help in looking for funding for this. I know that the Attorney General's office and Tracy Tabbitt have done a great job of funding the Children's Justice Center and are also working towards funding this position as well. So I think we can all reach out and build that bridge and spend some time in efforts that bring back some grant funding to support this position.
Mike, you had another comment?
Oh, very much so. Please keep me appraised. You know, we go up to legislature. You know, we speak with almost everyone, but if there's chances out there, I would really like please point them towards us that go up.
Yeah, and I just, if I can share, I want to appreciate the commission. I know this was presented previously with other items, and I appreciate the commission considering this position again on its own. I think it is a unique position for this community, and I understand that it's a big ask and it's a hard ask, and my office is asking for it in a less than ideal time. But there's a great need, and I really appreciate the commission for considering it.
Anything? All right, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Hedin opposed. Okay, moving on to number 14 is a consideration of reclassification of Sand Flats Recreation Area Lead Technician. And we have Andrea Brand, our Director of Operations for Sand Flat. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. Just as a background to our citizens, I know you folks know that Sand Flats is an enterprise fund under the county. And so we would this ask in this line item would not come from any general fund monies. Recently at Trail Mix meeting, actually it was back in May, I believe, members at the meeting complimented GCAT about their upkeep of the Raptor route. And Evan Smiley said he couldn't take the credit this time because it was Sand Flats staff that had done the maintenance and the upkeep on that section of trail. And we have a position that has not been filled for a few years. And I have a employee that has just really stepped forward with helping to improve and maintain our trails. And with the increase in visitation and popularity of these trails, in particular, I'm talking about the Raptor route, which has seen about 20,000 folks last year in 9 months, which is rivaling whole enchilada trail. So with those needs, I'm asking to have support to put this person in a lead seasonal recreation technician position. We are only looking at less than $2,000 this year, and then next year it would be $8,500 over the course of the whole year. Also, the hours would increase from 1,080 hours per year to 1,200 hours. This is still a part-time position, not a benefited position. And so I think it would really help us on the ground to continue to maintain our trails for our visitors and our locals.
Okay. And Bill, can you hand up?
Yeah, I move to approve the reclassification of the SFRA Recreation Technician 1 position to SFRA Lead Recreation Technician effective 8/31/2026.
I'll second.
Okay.
Uh,
You have a comment?
Thank you for explaining that to citizens to where money comes from and actually putting it in the packet. It was very nice too, that it's coming from Fund 70. That is good information to let everyone know.
Okay, any other discussion? Questions? We'll call for a vote on that. So consideration of reclassification of Sand Flats Recreation. All in favor? And those opposed? Sorry. I think that passes 6-1. Commissioner Martinez opposed. Thank you very much.
No, that's not, no. Can you,
think
no,
he was-
I was in favor of that vote.
Oh, you're like, okay, sorry.
Yep.
That passes 7-0. Thank you, Brian. It's hard to find your spot online sometimes. I just had to do it. 7-0. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. Okay, number 15 is resolution amending the employee handbook at the military pay policy, and that's with Tess, our personal service director. We have Laura here too. No, to see.
All right, good evening, commissioners. So for this amendment to our military pay policy, we are making two categories of changes. One is ensuring that we are more clearly reflecting both the federal protection of absences related to qualifying military assignments. And we are also clarifying that any paid military leave provided by Grand County is not a leave bank that employees take with them if they are departing from Grand County. We currently provide up to 80 hours of paid leave for qualifying military assignments. So for instance, if they need to go to training, etc. We are also in the second category requesting that we bump that bank of 80 hours up to 120 hours, which reflects currently what many other counties in Utah are doing, as well as the state of Utah, including the Highway Patrol. So remaining consistent with other entities that have this type of paid leave. Okay. Like,
I move to approve the amendment of the military pay policy, including the Grand County Employee Handbook 2026, effective immediately.
Doc, okay, so we have a first and a second. Any other questions for Tess? Comments?
Thank you for doing this.
Yep.
Yes.
Keep it up.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
And that passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, moving on to the selection of shuttle attendant services provider Moab to Arches Shuttle. Did you want to speak to this, Brian, or do you want me to?
Go ahead, Commissioner, Chair.
Okay, so we had 3 proposals for the shuttle attendant services for the Moab to Arches Shuttle. I think they put the scoring sheets. So Commissioner Martinez, I, and Commissioner Winfield are all on that subcommittee, and so we were able, there's Lena confirmed that there was no issues with any of the companies that put in. So the winner of that proposal is Via Transportation, and I would say, you know, they definitely have the strongest proposal. And one of the things that was left off the shuttle attendant proposal scoring sheet was that those companies that gave a shuttle RFP will give a preference. And so, and one of the, also another thing I want to bring up about this is that as we were moving through the CMA process with the National Park Service, the shuttle attendant piece came up a little bit later. And in order to figure out all of the pieces with the shuttle attendant, that's what separated the RFPs. So instead of having one RFP that would have the shuttle attendant and the shuttle services in one RFP, we had to we separated them. That way, the person doing the shuttle would have more time to get the shuttle, get the leases, do the things they need to do, because that's the big lift. And then the smaller lift is the shuttle attendant services. And so they definitely got priority because they received the proposal or received the shuttle services. And that would give them an additional piece, even though if you read all of those RFPs, they are a clear winner on those. And our attendant, our proposal scoring sheets are in there for you to review. But that would be our recommended if anybody wants to make that motion. Bill?
I move to award via the shuttle attendant service agreement.
Okay. Mike second. And any discussion? Mike?
I did like seeing some constituents posting on Facebook that expected living wages are actually decent in some job postings. So it was good to see.
Trish?
Sorry about that. I will not be voting on this. I will not be voting on anything related to the Moab Arches shuttle due to the expenditure of taxpayer dollars, the employee and elected time and energy that's going into this project. And I do want to state that if this is a huge success, you're welcome to rub my nose in it. I'm okay with that. I'm humble enough to know when I'm wrong. And I hope it's a huge success, but I will not be supporting anything related to it.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, then we have a first and a second call for a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? That passes 4-3 with Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner McGann, and Commissioner Hadeen in opposition. Moving along to number 17 is the amendment to the Moab Arches Transportation Services Agreement to accommodate the selected shuttle attendant provider. And so the shuttle attendant services agreement has been included in the packet, and that was approved last meeting. It's been signed. And with that, inside of the services agreement was something that separated VIA from the shuttle attendant. And so with this selection tonight, we have to either add VIA's contract, adding in the agreement that they would be doing the shuttle, or we would have a separate agreement that said that they would work with the company that got selected. So there's two amendments in the packet that reflect that. So one is that VIA would have gotten it, or that VIA would have worked with the company that got that grant or that. So go ahead, Bill.
I move to assign amendment option A to the Moab Arches service agreement. Did I get all the correct verbiage or anything?
Yeah, option A, and then option B was the one that had the other,
Right.
they were gonna work with another. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Just want to make thanks for previous talk today, making some points and clarity. I just wanted to say thanks for the fast response there.
Yep, happy to do it.
Okay, any other comments? No, all right, we'll go ahead and call for a vote on the amendment to the Moab Arches Transportation. All in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay, Mary, you raise your hand for the first one.
I was
Change that, okay.
I was reaching for,
Okay.
I would do something with my computer. I apologize. It looked like I was, and I hope.
It's in, sorry. Okay, so that passes with 4 in favor, 3 opposed, Commissioner Hadeen, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann. Moving on to the number 18.
If you want to do the public hearing, it's after.
Oh,
So
yes,
it's up to you.
public
I'm not
hearing.
trying to-
Go ahead and do the public hearing. All right. So we have our public hearing. Public hearing is for our Jackson Street Storm Drain Project. So we can receive input from the public with respect to the issuance of the Series 2026 bonds and any potential economic impact of the Series 2026 project to be financed with the proceeds of the Series 2026 bonds may have on the private sector. And we have Marcus Keller here with Cruise Associates. Again, if you want to come up and speak to it.
Perfect. Thanks, Commissioner. I'll be very quick. I don't think there's very many people here to comment on it, but I do want to congratulate the county. This is actually a great project, and most importantly, a very well thought out and financed project with grant money being contributed from the state CIB that Commissioner Winfield sits on, as well as low interest loans that are being used from our transportation funds. So it's a very affordable project, and we are currently working with the CIB board, and I believe Commissioner McCandless or Commissioner Winfield kind of leading that charge to try to even get those authorizations increased because the project cost went down. We want to try to get some of those monies moved around to even offset our cost even more. So with all that being said, happy to answer any questions, but these are the type of financings where we're very happy to see all the different cheap money and free money come into it to make this affordable project go forward. So thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments? Well, I guess it's public hearing. We'll talk about that. We'll have those opportunities at our next meeting.
No, this is public hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus.
No, sorry, I should have.
We're closing this public.
We're closing it. Well, yeah, and we're closing it.
Correct, yeah. So per the bond rules, we do have to have a public hearing. So this is just part of that process. So time for any public to give any comments and then to move on to the next items. So,
Okay.
Suspend pause here.
We don't need to vote.
Okay.
No, we don't have to vote.
Cool.
Okay. I think we already voted on it this year. We voted on the bonding earlier. I believe it was ago.
If you want to call for anyone, to be honest.
Does anyone from the audience want to speak to the Jackson Street Storm Drain Project? All right.
Correct, Marcus, we don't need to vote.
yeah, unless there's anyone else online, doesn't look like it, but as long as there's no comments, you're free to move on to your next item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks for coming back.
Absolutely.
You travel safe.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying.
We haven't been having a 6 o'clock citizens, we heard we moved it to 5 o'clock. I'm not sure if you were here staying up for that or if you just come to visit us.
One to make a comment and the other to give a phone drive to the guy that's supposed to be working on the cafe stuff.
Okay. I don't think Andrew's here tonight.
He's remote, but you're correct.
Remote. We could leave it here. You could leave it here with the comment.
Mark can take it.
Oh, Mark
I
can
can.
take it. Yeah, Mark can take it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Well,
You can review it.
where, Aaron, it's been passed from designer to designer to designer because nobody had that on. And so I'm supposed to be here tonight, so I gave Andrew all of my files with all of the handouts and everything, and he kind of compiled it. Gave it to Taylor Hall, and then he doesn't have time for it, so.
Okay.
he's giving it to-
All right. Well, Aaron might show up. I think he's here with the borough, so we're. I just wanted to let you know, we didn't have we moved our citizens to be heard at about 5 o'clock. We don't have a 6 o'clock one. I just wanted to double check you were good. Okay, we're gonna move along to number 18, which is the paved path maintenance project on the Arches Bike Path from Fund 47. And that is, got Cody on there, Bill.
This is the one that we were tabling.
We're gonna table this, okay. This one is gonna be moved to a future
Table or postpone?
table.
Table comes back to this meeting.
Postpone this next meeting.
Yeah, but you guys don't have to take any motion. You just not do it.
We're just gonna move past it. We're not gonna discuss it tonight. Okay. Number 19 is the creation of a subcommittee to update the OSTA bylaws and rodeo resolution. And this came before us in agenda review to add some people to the OSTA advisory committee. And the OSTA bylaws are they're a little old, they're 15 years old. And so before we added people to that board, I felt like it was appropriate for some commissioners to get together and look at those bylaws, see what the county wanted from those bylaws. And then also we added in the rodeo resolution to that as well, because both of those are outdated bylaws and resolution. And so with that, I thought it would be a better path of action to create a subcommittee versus add those people. And then after we get that subcommittee, we can look at adding people to those board if that's appropriate. So, Mike?
I move to appoint Commissioners McCandless, Hadeen, and myself, Mike McCurdy, the OSTA subcommittee. I'll send that.
Okay, Mike, and then Bill, any other comments?
Double check with Commissioner Hadeen, that's okay to pick up another committee? Because
Yes, sir.
Help out there.
Yes, sir, you bet.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes 7-0. Thank you. We already have a meeting scheduled.
Yeah, I was like.
Well, almost.
I've heard that.
So I think Tricia's gonna tell us when we're gonna meet. And I think this needs to, we need to do this pretty quick. They are on a quarter, every quarterly meetings, so in 3 months, they'll have another meeting, and I'd like to have a resolution to this by then. All right, moving on to number 20, which is a consideration of rescindment of denial of Burr Oaks rezone made at the July 21st commission meeting. Commissioner Winfield, and do you have anything to comment, Jenny Stocks?
Sure, I can just give some background. So this is a less common occurrence. However, we provided to the commission, everybody should have got additional information from myself. And Bart walking through the analysis of this. When a commission reconsiders a previous item and seeks to rescind it, there's a requirement to either one, provide notice, or two, if you want to override that decision, you need a 2/3 within the same meeting. If it comes at a subsequent meeting, notice is required ahead of time. And if that notice is provided, then it's a simple majority to pass. Before the commission today is a consideration of a rescindment of the denial of the Burr Oaks rezone made at the July 21st commission meeting. If that vote passes, then the commission will consider anew the original application for the Burr Oaks subdivision, as if the decision had never been made. Please remember that we still need findings like last time that establishes it within the breakdown and has those findings made on the record in the motion, seconded, and then voted on. But first, the commission considers the rescindment and then considers the second element. Any questions?
Question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Being in the majority minority doesn't matter from the previous vote I can propose the rescind.
Correct. The original individual that voted for this item was Commissioner Winfield.
Okay.
He voted in the majority. He has brought the item back for the commission to reconsider.
Okay.
Normally it would likely be him to make the motion, but it doesn't. There isn't a prohibition on that. The reason why that exists is it's to avoid having the commission reconsider the same item over and over again and brought by the person that didn't have the motion that carried.
Okay.
So if that makes
I'll
sense.
make that motion whenever you're ready.
I'm good. Go ahead.
I move to rescind the motion made and passed at the July 21st, 2026 Grand County Commission meeting denying the Burr Oaks rezone application.
Okay, we have a first and second. Trish, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. So I guess, this is fine. I appreciate Stephen, you reaching out to Bart and getting that memo. That really helps me. I mean, I guess I'll just maybe ask or convey that the usual process is a commissioner can bring it back, but the usual process is that the applicant would then reapply. And that doesn't mean like Grand County could waive the application fees. That's no big deal. We discussed this in the planning commission, the last meeting. Randy Day was great. He's like, oh yeah, I've done it many times. They just reapply and sometimes they waive the fees. So this is an odd way to go about it. And that's a little bothersome to me, but it is what it is. It is, I appreciate again that Stephen went to Bart and we got that clarified. I am going to continue to vote against this just in the sense like the original reason that we voted against this was concerns about traffic in that area. And then we went ahead and approved $20,000 for a traffic study, yet we're not waiting for the traffic study. So to me, logic would mean that we're paying all this money for a traffic study. We would wait for the traffic study to see how this, even though it's a very minor, it's a rezone, and I'm not a big fan of rezones. I've told you that a million times, but we would wait for that traffic study to then make this decision. That seems logical to me. So I'm not going to be voting for it because I think it's illogical.
Mike.
Double check. Thank you for reaching out to Bart. I know he's our guy. But in this, no questions of legality, right?
Again, we've gone through, I do know it is harder to do this in this process. I know it's tough to make the decision on the fly in the meeting. And there's no perfect way of bringing it back. Originally, and when I looked at this item originally, my gut response was that it would have to be reapplied. And then I talked with Bart about it. It's just kind of a new way, a unique way of doing this. I think it's easier if, well, that's it. Thanks. It's legal.
In additional with this,
Yeah.
we can see constituent comments. Will they be applied to the?
So the additional comments that the commission received came in after the public hearing period was closed.
I understand.
And so they were provided in the packet, but because of we didn't go all the way back and reopen all the public comment and redo all of that. I didn't want to add in one public comment and then potentially have somebody else say, well, I didn't get to do public comment on that.
Okay.
So it's not included in the packet, it's not attached to it. It may change, I mean, in the real world that you folks are in, you may know additional information, but it's your decision to make it, vote on it on the information that you see fit. Again, we need facts in that, but first the resentment.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion, comments? Go ahead and call for a vote. We have first and second, those, oh, wait. So we are rescinding it or we're just voting on it? We're voting on rescinding first.
Correct.
Okay,
And then
and then we'll process it. Yep.
then technically it would probably be best practice. Well, best practice would be to have somebody read the summary of the item, because somebody may look at this meeting and have no idea what Burr Oaks is. And so that's why normally we would have either admin or the planning director present this item anew, because anybody that goes to this item has no idea of the past.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and call for a vote for the rescindment of the defense. So those in favor
Well, had we had a
Aye.
and those opposed.
Opposed?
Okay, so that passes with 4-3 with Commissioner Hadid, Commissioner Heather, and Commissioner McGann. Sorry, what were you asking? We did have
I just got a little confused there, so I'm
And I'm prepared to read that summary that Stephen mentioned if you'd like, and we're talking the plain English summary that's in there. Yes, County Attorney.
Okay,
This proposal would rezone a vacant 5.02 acre parcel at 4500 South Zimmerman Lane, just south of the Blue Vista subdivision, from rural residential RR to large lot residential LLR. The change would allow about 8 half-acre single-family lots. The Spanish Valley Future Land Use Plan maps this area as a moderate scale neighborhood, which allows somewhat more housing than is proposed. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on June 8, 2026 and voted 7-0 to recommend that the County Commission approve the rezone. Staff recommends the County Commission take public comment, review the request against the land use code criteria, and adopt the ordinance.
okay, and I think Andrew is online, our planning and zoning director, if he wants to make some comments as well.
Yeah, I think it was covered by what Commissioner Winfield had stated. Again, this is just the zone change. It's not the subdivision. So it's just looking at doing the zone change from large lot residential, 1 unit per acre, rural residential, 1 unit per acre, to large lot residential with just 2 units per acre, where the general plan for that area has between 4 and 6 units per acre. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the zone change.
Mike?
Not a question, just a statement. Within this, we just attended a housing meeting at the Mark that said very specifically within about 40 people in attendance, Commissioner Martinez, myself, several city, etc. It was pointed out that we are definitely missing single family homes and single family development in our current housing path. And this is welcome in the general consensus of both the city and planners alike, that this is where we've been missing and this is where we need to go.
Dean?
Did you call on me, Mel?
Yeah, yep, I did, sorry.
You're
We were talking.
Sorry, I have a lot to say. So just a couple, I'm going to kind of quickly talk directly to you, Mike. I agree. I think we are, missing a niche within our housing inventory. But, again, I don't think we've actually completed a really extensive housing plan to understand that niche and what we need. And the other thing is, when we're giving away this density, what are we getting in return? Nothing, right? And so how do we ensure that in the future, if we're giving away density, we get something in return? And there's the rub, right? So like we are giving something to them. This is not a use by right. This is a person asking for doubling their ability to build. And so maybe we should ask for something in return. Just thoughts for the future. The other thing is that yes, our general plan, our future land use map has these very vague ideas about where density should lie, but we still do not have an updated zoning map. And what I envision, and these are just thoughts, is when we get to that process that it is a very, very intensive citizen engaged process where we maybe use little neighborhoods, whatever that might be. We send out postcards. We try to get people involved in like, what do you want to see in your neighborhood when we finally produce that zoning map? Because what we have, a future land use map, is blobs. It is not, I said 90-degree angles. When you get into 90-degree angles, you're talking about a zoning map. And then lastly, well, two more things. One, I hope people understand this idea of rezoning, and that does not reflect here with the developer, but you know, when we're rezoning, whatever the developer is telling us isn't necessarily what we'll see on the ground years down the line, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the line, as we've seen with Cane Creek. And then lastly, we do need to have just a respect for existing neighborhoods. The reality is people move into these neighborhoods because they want a specific density. I live in rural residential, and I have for the last 20 years because I want to live in rural residential, and I want to have hound dogs, and I want to have chickens and pigs and horses. And I don't want to have people complain about it. And when the areas around me are just getting gobbled up and rezoned, and then people start complaining about the chickens and pigs and dogs and horses, I got a problem with that. And all of my neighbors that I talk to, and I staunchly defend rural residential, you know, they feel the same way. Like they're here and that's what they want to have. So that's the last. I'll kind of keep beating that same drum. I'll keep losing. I'm okay with that, but I want to keep beating that drum.
Okay, Bill had his hand up.
So just a standard motion to approve this, or is there verbiage somewhere? Because I'm not seeing it.
Let me find it.
Not seeing it either.
It should be in the document. Let me pull it up. It's that same A through K language that lays out all the different statutory or language that's in our code that lays out.
Okay, so we need to read that A through K.
Well, you make findings based on whatever your consideration of it is, or the approval or the denial of it. And so let me see if I can pull it up.
I'm gonna let Brian, Brian, did you have your hand up? No. Did you have your hand up again or no?
Oh, sorry.
I did, but I was just gonna wait for a motion to be made.
Okay. Do you want to wait for a motion while you look for it, or do you want to comment?
If I could just point out in the larger staff report that was done before, just before you get to the maps, the exhibits, just there has a public notice, and then just before that has a proposed county commission motion.
It's on the page 4, the first paragraph on the page that has the map with the red circle.
Okay.
You would read that motion, and then you would need to go up to page 2 and 3, and it has a list that's A through K, and it lays out different elements that you could consider making the findings of any of the following.
Okay, so I'll read the motion first and then
I'll go about following findings.
All right, after reviewing the staff report, the applicant's statement, public comments, the recommendation for the planning commission, recommendation of the planning commission, the Spanish Valley Future Land Use Plan, and the rules in Land Use Code Section 9.2.5, and finding that the rezone from rural residential RR to large lot residential LLR fits the general plan and future land use plan and meets the rezoning rules. I move to adopt the ordinance amending the Grand County zoning map for parcel number 02-0035-0033 from rural residential RR to large lot residential LLR.
Following findings.
with the following findings. And so. And the findings would be here in A through wherever it ends.
A through K, and some of them may cut in favor of the applicant and some of them may cut against the applicant.
Right, so B, has the area's character changed would be one of them. Yes, it has. Blue Vista subdivision is an addition and a change from the large lot, from the rural residential that has been in that area would be one of them. Is there a need for new use? Yeah, definitely, as we've just heard from the Commissioner McCurdy and I believe Commissioner Hedin made comments about the meeting. Will the community benefit? Yes, our workforce housing especially will benefit here. Does it match the general plan? The request fits the moderate scale neighborhood label. Is the density and intensity right? The LLR zone allows the proposed density. Staff notes that about 1.6 homes per gross acre is at the low end of and maybe below the 4 to 6 homes per acre the plan's label allows.
Second.
Heard it last time.
Right. Any other discussion? I know I commented on this when it first came before us. I am 100% in agreement with this density. It's out there. Moving from 1 home per acre to 2 per acre, I think is appropriate use of that land. I'm actually in favor of about 4 per acre out there. I think that would be still leave it really rural, but also give everybody space, but add some density because that's that missing middle. We can't have affordable homes if they're on 1 acre lots. So homes on 1 acre lots are for millionaires. Homes on more than that are for people that can afford them in the community. And I also, when you talk about in town, I live in town, I don't live in the rural residential, but our neighborhoods are being taken up by people that only want to have second and third homes. And so I don't have neighborhoods where kids are riding on bikes or people are playing in the streets. I just have second and empty homes in my neighborhood in town. And I think that, those homes, as we grow out in the valley, those are more appropriate for the second and third homers that are only going to be there for a little while to live in those homes in the valley. And that would even keep that, a little bit less traffic out in the valley. But I'm for this plan. I was for this before. I'm also for other development out there. And I just want to state that that's how I feel about this land. So I'm going to go ahead and let Mike talk. Oh, wait, who hasn't talked yet? I hadn't talked yet.
Brian hasn't talked yet. I'm on
There you
to.
go, Brian, we had to stand up first.
All right, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm glad that we had the chance to re-vote on this. I support housing. I was at that meeting with Mike, and it was great to see the panel discussion. Political leanings all over the place, and everybody agreed on this same principle that we still need more housing and that we need to keep going on what we're doing. If it fits the character of that neighborhood. And then mostly, I think this was the recommendation of our Planning and Zoning Commission. And I think that it's important that we respect and listen to what our Planning and Zoning Commission does recommend. Thank you.
Okay, Mike. Did you want to talk?
Sure.
You said you hadn't yet.
Sorry. I didn't vote for it last time. I think there were some serious safety concerns with the traffic in the area. Bill brought those up. We did just drop $20,000 to do a study that we haven't seen the results of. And until we see the results of that study, I'm not prepared to vote in favor of this.
Mike.
Put a little few numbers to what you said. 1 acre lots are at a premium right now. I do believe we're sitting right on Spanish Valley Drive with a 1 acre lot, about 280,000 for lot alone. So this really helps our current housing and the direction the valley I would hope would go.
Bill, did you have another comment? We'll go Trish.
Sure. There's just a couple of points. One, the subdivision is not being approved. This is just approving the rezone. And the traffic study, which is being done, will result in possibly some changes or some requirements when the subdivision does take place. So I think this is the appropriate time to move this forward, and there were recommendations made to have public meetings. And I recall when that map was put together that we had many public meetings. I attended as many of them as I could. And I know that there was a lot of comment that went into this, and I believe it was our planning and zoning administrator, Alicia Martin or Elise Martin. I think I'm butchering her name fairly well there, but that held those meetings. Jenna Gorney also went all over and had a ton of community input at those meetings. And I agree that safety was an issue, and it's the reason that I cautioned and asked that we do a traffic study out there. And I do feel that in the future, we're going to have to spread the costs of that traffic study out on future development in that area. But the need was immediate to address those safety concerns, and I feel like that we've done that, and I'm appreciative that the commission voted to do that. So.
Okay, Trish.
I wasn't gonna say anymore, but I want to state that, saying that all people that live on 1 acre are millionaires. I'm not a millionaire, Mel. Far from a millionaire. The reality is I've just lived out there a very long time, as have many, many, many of my neighbors. And the reason they moved out there when it was called Poverty Flats, that's what it was called, is because people wanted that rural character. And so they're not millionaires. They may be land rich, but they're poor. I would say I'm in the same way. I'm scratching every day to pay my bills. So yes, I understand that an acre today is worth a lot of money, but that does not take into account all of the people that moved out there and want to be out there because they want that rural character. And I want people to try to respect that. Nobody on this commission other than myself lives in the rural part of the county. Everybody else lives in the city of Moab, and I respect that. I just want you to know that, there is another voice out there, and I want you guys to understand it and hopefully respect it.
I wasn't saying you were a millionaire, Trish, and a lot of people that live in that area aren't. But if today you bought a million, you're going to build a house on there, it would be $1 million home. It wouldn't be what it was back in the day. So
absolutely,
you're lucky to have your acre, and you can keep it for sure. As long as you want your own acre, you can keep it. But if people want to be able to afford to build new homes, you got to split the land up to where.
Understood, but then that's where I think, and I agree, Bill, we did have public meetings, and Elisa Martin did those meetings, and Jenna, you are correct. However, there was a few there. I think there was 5 of them all together. They were sparsely attended. They weren't attended to the, I didn't think it was a great attendance. Like I went to, I think 2 or 3 of them, and it was kind of the same folks. What I would like to see, like I said, is maybe when we do it, we break it into kind of little sections and we send postcards and we make sure that people know, like, hey, we're looking at your neighborhood or your area. We're going to feasibly rezone it, and you may want to come. And I just think it would be a more holistic process. And that way, when citizens down the road want to complain, because believe me, I have people complaining about that future land use map. I'm like, hey, there were meetings. And then at that point, we can say, you got a postcard, you were invited, you didn't give input. That's all we can do, right? We just make it more holistic as much as possible to finally define those 90-degree angles.
Okay, Mike?
Mary.
Mary hasn't talked yet. Yeah.
Mary, I talked enough.
With a rezone, the danger of a rezone is there's no guarantee that houses are going to be built there that are going to be affordable for the average person. And there's no guarantee that it's going to help our housing issue. It just means that now the property is worth more because it's more valuable being in that type of zoning. And we have no guarantee, and I think if we're going to do rezones or if we're going to do something, it has to be coupled with a way to protect and make sure we're getting, that what we're asking for, what we need will be accomplished by this rezone. And I don't see any protection here for, we've just increased the value of that property.
But we increase, so the value is, and the for sure investment, or the value is that we are going from.
I resent, people. I don't think it's okay to go back and forth like that. If I make a comment, Mike has his, I think that's what starts the back and forth part.
I think we call everybody
Mike, go
that
ahead.
decision.
You can answer.
Yeah,
We call for
Mike,
the vote.
go ahead.
In this, I know, Trish, you keep saying, I wish the neighborhood would have received one of those cards. I want it to be known, you would have received one of those cards. Knowing, because you are a neighbor deciding on this. You're more privy than most, but you haven't said that.
Okay, so I will just state that when you take one home per 1 acre and you allow 2 homes per 1 acre, you are doubling your homes. So when we talk about needing homes in this community, if we go from 1 per acre to 2 per acre, that means we get double the amount. And then if we go to 3 per acre, we get triple the amount. And 4 per acre means we get 4 times the amount. And to me, the conversation is, we need more homes. And so what we're doing is we are for sure ensuring that more homes can be built on that 1 acre of land. And that is what when you talk about making sure that we are getting something out of that land, that is what we are getting. And that's the way I feel about it. And I will call for a vote. So all those in favor
Aye.
and those opposed? All right, that passes 4-3 with Commissioner Hadler, Commissioner McGann, and Commissioner Hedin in opposition. And with that, we are done with our regular meeting. We're going to go into closed session for break. Oh,
I was just gonna suggest that the commission go through discussion items, general reports, and go through any of those items. And then we're gonna go into closed session, and then we have to come out and vote on 21. That way, if anybody's looking to listen to anything that's at the bottom of the agenda, they would understand that the last item is the item number 21.
so on general commission reports, and we already had future considerations. If anyone wants to share a piece of their commission report, I'm happy to hear it. Anyone? Nope. I can't see Trish, you are on there. And elected officials report or commissioners report.
I can give a very brief update on OSTA.
Okay.
At this point, relaying information that our department head Angie Book provided. The playground and pickleball projects are continuing to progress. They're making a lot of progress right now. The landscaping may be a little bit delayed, but hopefully, and I say this with all reservation, that we are hopeful that the first half of September may be when both projects are completed. So they are progressing and we're looking forward to those finishing up, but they are making lots of progress currently.
Good.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so any other comments, or we're going to go into closed session, we'll come back out, we'll have one more vote, and then the meeting will be adjourned. So do we have, 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead, Sean.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session to discuss litigation.
I'll second that.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So 5 with 2 absent. That passes.
Yes.
All right, we'll take a little break and we'll come back.
I don't know who voted.